Hello, 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 hello. How we doing, beautiful people? How are we doing? Everybody good? Everybody good? Morning, 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 morning. Sorry for the delay, guys. I had to post the video. And I posted, literally, I just posted the video, right? and I think it's a good one. But also, I got another video that I'm going to drop. Regardless, I'm trying to make sure that I put out more content, and it just took a little bit longer to actually finish wrapping everything up, so I could actually post said video. But I think it's a good video. I enjoyed it. So, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. I hope everyone's doing well. I hope everyone's feeling well. I hope everyone slept well. I hope everyone has an amazing day planned, right? Eh, Ain't no fucking way. The video that I just posted, literally just posted on TikTok, immediately got flagged. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking insane. Like, I just posted it on TikTok, and it's on YouTube, no issues. But as soon as it went up on TikTok, it immediately got flagged. That's fucking crazy. Fucking nonsense. That's crazy. See, community guidelines. What did it say? What's the community guidelines violation though? Like, this is fucking crazy. Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry. I just got taken aback because I had just I just posted a video, right? Like, literally just posted a video right before I went live. And then so the video's on YouTube, the video's on Instagram, no issues on YouTube nor Instagram. But then when I try to actually post it to TikTok, before it's even posted, they hit it with a fucking violation. That's insane. Let's see what happens. That's fucking maddening. Anyway, guys, we're gonna go ahead and get started here. If you don't mind, if you're over on TikTok, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. Me, it's only one coin. It will boost a lot and push us out to the FYP. Also, if you can actually send your daily heart me, that'll help as well. Ain't no fucking. I'm tripping. I'm tripping. Like, that's fucking crazy. Guys, can we knock out the daily gift woes to love you so much? That's crazy. Like, literally, the video went up, and then it was like, nah, which the video's up everywhere else. And they don't even say what the community guidelines is. It just says violation community guidelines. Your content is against our community guidelines, and the guidelines include rules and standards for using TikTok that applies to everyone. It's fucking crazy. Sorry. I don't know. They're saying that it could take 24 hours to actually review the violation. And like literally, so I made the video so I could actually post it prior to me going live. Whatever. Anyway, guys, we're going to go ahead and get started here in just a moment. If you don't mind, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. It's only coin. One coin, it will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Share the live maybe once or twice. We don't want to spam share. Spam sharing hurts the live. So please, please, please don't spam share. But just share it like maybe once or twice, but more than just sharing it to, someone. Share it to your stories and also repost it. That'll get us out on the FYP and get more people in here. And then if anyone's looking, and they see the live on your stories or anything like that, then we can get them in here for some debates. Not the community gift being a donut. That's funny. Okay. Also, guys, hey, when you send your daily heart me and you comment and all that stuff, make sure you go back in and claim. You got to claim the stuff. You got to claim the stuff, and that'll get you your points or whatever. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and get started with some debates. So only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are a friendly and you'd like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. It's the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Let's go.
Yeah, funny how it changed now. Same people that laughed at clips, studying the clips now. Everybody got opinions till the facts land. Everybody loud till they gotta take a stand. Every stream feel like somebody betting they pride. I seen fake scholars fold in real time. Now they screenshot takes, run around and remix it, and pull up thinking somehow they can fix it. Nah, you stepped in the wrong room, donut. This ain't rage bait, this pressure. Patriarchy, race, class, labor, healthcare.
That's not true.
I don't do surface level, I peel layers. And every time they think they got me cornered, numbers go higher. Chat flyer, mods working, crowd waiting. Somebody finna get cooked tonight. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah. You talk big till the facts come out. Slap nuts, sit down. Oh. Welcome to the ring now. Got the whole chat screaming when the logic break down. Yeah. Welcome to the ring now. You ain't built for this. Y'all slap nuts, ain't got milk for these oats. Donuts, so pipe down. Yeah, you might drown. You don't want war with the king right now. I don't debate for applause, I debate for the record. Every false claim get dissected and severed. You rehearsed outrage, I studied the structure. Difference between noise and somebody with substance. You quote tweets, I quote policy. You want moments, I want honesty. You want ego boost.
Hey guys, can we knock out the love you so much, please? It's a daily gift.
That's the difference between you and me. See the problem? Different type timing. You came for clips, I came for alignment. Capital this, socialism that. Half these dudes can't define what they yelling in caps.
Thank you, guys.
Free market while wages collapse. I watch your pivot arrive. I make it visible live. But this ain't never gonna be a place where evidence dies. You came all the way to be Santana for internet rep, while the whole chat waiting to see who got checked. Next, welcome to the ring now. Yeah, talk big to the
right now.
out, slap
Holy shit, that's fine.
welcome to the ring now. Yeah, got the whole chat screaming when the logic break down. Yeah, welcome to the ring now. You ain't built for this smoke. Y'all slap nuts, ain't got milk for these oats. Donuts, so pipe down. You might drown. You don't want war with the king right now. Yeah, welcome to Sparring with Santana. Bring your sources or bring excuses, whatever. Doesn't really matter either way. You're about to get cooked. You should know who I am by now.
You absolutely should know, but if you don't know, don't worry, I got you. You should know. You should absolutely know, but if you don't know, don't worry, I got you. We're good. Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, guys. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're looking for some debates. If you're friendly, do all the wonderful things, right? Tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. With that being said, let's go ahead and get started here. Let's see what the day has for us. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything in the background?
I'll smack the shit out you, bro. No joke, I'll smack the shit out you, boy. Yeah, I'll smack the shit out you, boy. Okay. You say this Sparring with Santana, you really don't want to see me in real life, boy.
Okay. It's super interesting that you're a tough guy on the internet.
Nah, this no internet joke. I'll smack the shit out you. Yeah, it does make me feel good.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. Hey, you know what actually helped? Don't worry, I got you. You know what actually helps as well? Therapy. I mean, I understand that a lot of times that people may have an enlarged medulla oblongata, which makes it hard for them to regulate their emotions. And then also for some reason, like men, we somehow put our, don't run. I was trying to give you some life advice. Why would you run, bub? Why would you run? Anyway, like I was saying, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Santana.
Okay. I think if that was your best, then that's not good. But I'm gonna block you because like I don't like the weird stuff, and even more so, I don't like people that don't respect boundaries. Like I'm not sure what's going on this morning. Maybe it's something in the water. Maybe it's something that people ate. Like, I'm not exactly sure what's going on. What up, Solid?
What's going on? I was just thinking about how ironic it is to come up on the internet and say smack somebody when you're saying that because you know you won't get smacked on the internet.
Bro, it's the wildest thing. Like, I legitimately don't give internet tough guys any play because, like, we're on the internet, bro. Like, we're literally on the internet. What are we gonna do? Stop it. I don't know. That's why.
You gonna email me a smack?
Right. I mean, like, I've never understood people that do that. It's just weird. And like, for me, someone who, I'm not gonna really talk about how I was raised or where I'm from, but all I know is that you don't do too much talking, and people that do a lot of talking tend to give themselves away, in my opinion.
Yeah, man. I just want to discourage behavior like that because if you think that transfers to the outside, you know what I mean? Like you're actually putting yourself in danger.
Yeah.
So please don't do that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Don't be that kind of guy.
Yeah.
All right?
No, listen, Solid. But see, that's the reason why they do it online is because they know better in person. They would never do it in person because, to what you just said, it puts them in danger. So they're not going to do it. They're not going to.
All right, man. Appreciate you, buddy.
All right, bro.
I gotta go catch this boxing match. I'm going to Baltimore today.
All right. Have fun. Be safe.
Appreciate you.
All right. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, do all the wonderful things. I can't fucking believe that TikTok flagged my video. I can't believe they flagged the fucking video. Absolutely insane. Anyway, Debbie's in the chat for Ryan for the $2 donation saying, I'm seeing reports that they're trying to get rid of separation of church and state. Yeah, I saw that shit. I saw like some comments. I haven't dug into it just yet, but like, you know, I do think it's super interesting that our country is ran by religious zealots. It's super interesting that our country is ran by people who, for some reason, thinks that instead of actually governing in a way that would be equitable for all people, that we have to govern according to specific people's religion. I don't know. Anyway, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Brother, what up?
What up, man?
You come catch a fade?
As usual.
Okay, all right. Well, let me hit this intro and we can get to it. Guys, for anyone who may not know who I am or what this is, let me give you a quick introduction.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We are only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. Me, it's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Also, make sure that you're tapping the screen, sharing the live, doing all those wonderful things. All right, brother. I'm glad that you're here because I actually would like to hear your thoughts on something. Now, this has been super interesting from the right-wing perspective, and I know that...
Can I ask a favor before we start?
Sure, what's up?
Can you not do the thing where you bring up a random person and you step back from the debate and then I'm dealing with some random angry person? You do that almost every time.
Come on now, you know I got friends. Depends on who it happens. I don't bring people up on purpose, but sometimes my friends want to come up, and if they want to come up, then you know.
Of course they want. All right,
I will say it's never intentional. How about that? You feel me?
All right, I think it is intentional, but I'm gonna take your word on it.
I hear you. It's not, but it's cool, brother. I've been talking to a lot of people, right? A lot of MAGAs, a lot of right-wing people who, for some reason, are happy with the war with Iran. Like they feel like it's been a positive outcome, which I don't see the positive outcome. I'm not sure what the possible positive outcome could have been from this conflict, this war, from getting our teeth kicked in. But maybe you can help me. Maybe you can help me understand. What do we get from this?
So I don't know if we have a conversation on the Iran conflict, but I wasn't for it. I was very disappointed by it. I wanted it finished fast. To be honest, I don't think this is an ending. I don't think this is going to close now. I think this is the next two administrations are going to be dealing with this. This memorandum, because it's not even a deal.
Yep.
It's an understanding until we get a deal. It's just one step closer to stepping out of this thing as quickly as possible, or maybe bring it down to a level where the next administration can just get out of it. Unaliving the supreme leader of Iran was like, it was arresting Maduro, unaliving Mencho, multiplied times like 100 to the 10th power.
I'll say this. I think that more than just like the fact that we got the supreme leader, I think it was more so geared around the fact that we ended up hitting his wife and kids as well. Like, I think that was a bigger thing.
No.
You don't think so?
Personally,
like,
for him, but the believers just put their supreme leader like almost next to Muhammad.
Yeah. I mean, and I'm not saying that in the sense of like it wasn't important, but I'm saying like the fact that for the,
I guess personally for him, sure.
Which adds the extra incentive of like not just his dad, which was, you know, an old man and all this other stuff, but the fact that it got his wife and kids as well. Like that adds extra fuel to the fire. But I guess the point that I'm trying to get to, and the issue that I have as a whole, is the fact that like people on the right are championing this, and like we're worse off today than we were prior to this. And you even just said yourself that you think this is going to take the next couple of administrations before it's no longer a factor. Like this seems like a blunder of epic proportions.
Why are you putting me in a position to defend this conflict?
I just wanted to hear your side of the story because you and I hadn't spoke on this, and you know, I think
this was inevitable. Yeah, I'll give you a defense of it, because at the end of the day, I'm an op. I don't want to just fully agree. At the end of the day, this was inevitable. Whether Trump did it or the next administration or the administration after that, these people are in the Middle East with oil trying to operate outside of the petrodollar. And they chant unalive to America.
Yeah, definitely.
There's no world where that could have, there's no world where they were going to coexist peacefully, right? Trump wanted to be the most consequential president, so he jumped the gun and did it. I wish he would have kicked the can down the road, but don't make it seem like this was never going to happen. They had a lot of animosity, more than animosity, since they took over in 1979.
Well, and again, the issue that I have, though, right, is that we didn't have to be in this spot. Like, while I do understand the back and forth, especially in the Middle East and everything that's occurring with Iran, the issue is that Donald Trump has a direct connection to where we are today, right? I mean, actually pulling us out of the JCPOA, which I'm not saying that's the only cause for the additional conflict, but I will say when pulling us out of the JCPOA, that gave Israel the direct blanket coverage to say, we got to strike them because they are making nukes, right? And let's not be confused. That's why they started Operation Midnight Hammer, because Israel was getting their teeth kicked in and couldn't defend Tel Aviv. And so they forced the U.S. to come and save them. But like Donald Trump pulling us out of the JCPOA and then getting back in office, him being the most pro-Israel president ever, gave them like the courage that they needed. And
that's not even true either.
What's not?
He is not the most pro-Israel president ever. Stop! You start saying weird stuff, man.
Oh, I'm just telling you what him and Bibi Netanyahu said. I'm just parroting.
Yeah, they also called him the first Jewish president. They called him the first black president.
I'm not giving my opinion on that. I'm just repeating what they said.
Okay, but you're loading it up as if it is your opinion.
It's not my opinion. I'm just repeating what they said.
Listen, what I'm saying is that every president is extremely pro-Israel. He's actually the least pro-Israel president we've had.
That's not what he said.
History. Listen, okay, he says bro, listen to me. He's from New York. We say shit. We exaggerate. We speak in hyperbole, man.
Bibi Netanyahu said it too. Like, I'm not saying that I agree. I'm just telling you what they said. Like I think you and I aren't breaking on that. But I'm just repeating what they said. And like, unless you want to take it up with them, I don't know what you want me to do with that.
Bibi Netanyahu okay. All right, Bibi. Okay. Bibi said it. Bibi said it also. Yeah, that's manipulative. You know what I mean? They, stroking the ego, whatever, try to get what you want.
I mean, maybe.
What I'm telling you is, What I'm telling you is,
can we agree that that's an opinion statement, that he's the most pro-Israeli president ever?
I don't think he's the most pro-Israel.
No. I said, can we agree that that's an opinion statement?
Somebody stated that in the world. Somebody said those words. Yes.
Come on, why you gotta fight? Come on, that's a legitimately that's an opinion statement. That's the antithesis of
all
an
right.
opinion
It's an
statement.
opinion statement. It's a
Okay.
statement that is
perfect.
an opinion,
and it's an
yes.
opinion statement, but it's an opinion statement levied by the president of the United States, who's referring to himself, and the leader of Israel.
All right.
So
Can we
like,
move past this statement? And
while
what was the
you
point
and I may
towards him saying
align,
the statement?
while you and I may align, I think that, like, regardless of what you and I think, because I think you and I are on the same page, but regardless of what you and I think their opinions should hold a little more weight than our opinions.
That's valid. They have more responsibility. So, you know, their words hold more weight than ours.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean that it's factual. It doesn't make their words reality. You get what I mean? They could say their words have more meaning. They can say buildings should go upside down. That doesn't mean that's reality. You get what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think you're confusing or conflating what I'm saying. I'm not saying that I agree with them. I'm just saying that this was their opinion, and their opinions have some form of credence because both of them in their positions that they actually exist in, right? And so while we can't quantify it, we can say that like this is a strong opinion.
Pro-Israel. Yeah, listen. In reality, cool. I understand what you're saying. Listen, that's okay. He's pro-Israel. Bibi said he's the most pro-Israel, but in reality, right? Past presidents have done more for Israel.
Mm-hmm. Has any other past president allowed Bibi Netanyahu to strike Iran like he's been trying to do for 20 plus years?
No.
Sounds like a
but
W.
America has also
Trump.
wanted to do this to Iran in the past 20 plus years. They have not done it themselves.
Mm-hmm. All I know is that Bibi Netanyahu for over 20 years has been talking about Iran is 2 weeks away from getting a nuke and they need to strike. And for those 20 years, they continue to be 2 weeks away and they never struck. And maybe it just struck a chord with Donald Trump because with Donald Trump, everything is 2 weeks away. And so when Bibi Netanyahu said again, hey, they're 2 weeks away, Trump was like, oh, shit, my healthcare plan is 2 weeks away. We got to get this done now. I don't know. Maybe that's what it was.
Okay, man. The JCPOA was formed because there was the potential of strikes that can happen. Mm-hmm. So this is not something Trump just invented out of his mind, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is something that's been a pertinent issue since Off the Wall dropped.
Mm-hmm.
Since Michael Jackson's Off the Wall dropped, they've been ahead.
Yeah, and which, like I said, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with that, but like the point that I was making is Donald Trump had a direct through line by him actually pulling us out of the JCPOA. He gave the coverage for Israel to finally be able to strike because Israel had been saying over and over and over and over and over, hey, they're a threat. They're building nuclear weapons and we need to strike them. And all the other presidents like, nah, you tripping. And then finally, Trump got in office and he said that, and Trump was like, okay, I guess. But that was the only way that he could truly justify that is because there was no more JCPOA, because the JCPOA ensured unprecedented oversight and the ability to ensure that they were not enriching to the level of being able to create a nuclear missile. Once they were out of the JCPOA, there was no more like, oh, you can't do that. So
I understand what the JCPOA was doing, why it was in place.
Yeah. Can we both just agree overall, like this is an L on the part of the Trump administration with this war?
Is it an L? We got to see how things go as far as the Strait of Hormuz after this. Like, it's not just something that we can judge by any kind of deal.
The Strait is closed.
They just announce, you know?
The Strait is closed.
And then look at the chat. W. Santana asked if I took the stance that I was for this war 100%.
But
he managed to convince me against it. Come on.
The Strait is closed, right?
The Strait is closed, yes, I know.
Yeah, and that's because Israel.
Yeah, right now, our American president is standing against Israel, saying that he have to de-escalate.
He's standing with Israel because, like, the issue is that he didn't stop Israel from actually attacking Lebanon.
He can't.
Why can't he?
Because they're a sovereign nation.
Why is it that every other president prior to Donald Trump has been able to curtail and rein in Israel when they are like going full tilt, but for some reason Donald Trump can't? Why does he lack the ability?
What did you repeat that question?
Why is it that all previous presidents have had the ability to rein in and curtail the actions of Israel and Bibi Netanyahu, but for some reason Donald Trump cannot do so?
Oh, so Biden did a great job at stopping the destruction in Gaza.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that.
Yeah, no.
Mm-mm.
Yo, he did. No.
Mm-mm.
And he didn't. They didn't unalive millions of children.
No.
And
again, I'm not saying that they have.
And Biden was on camera.
I didn't. At no point did I say that any president has been able to control them.
Every single president.
I said that they've been able to curtail. What does curtail mean?
How did they curtail the Gaza destruction?
That's not what we're talking about. I'm talking about emanating outside of their borders man. I'm talking about outside of their borders to those other Middle Eastern countries. The actual genocide that's been occurring in Gaza has superseded the entire time that even Bibi Netanyahu has been in power. Like that's a bigger problem. And I absolutely hold every single United States president accountable for the genocide that's occurred in Gaza. But I'm talking about the way that Bibi Netanyahu, I'm talking about Bibi Netanyahu and Israel, the way that they've actively been acting to create the greater Israel. They're literally fighting to create the greater Israel right now. And other presidents have stopped that initiative and slowed that initiative and told them, like, you cannot go and get these other parts of the Middle East to expand your actual land. Did you know that over the last since Trump has gotten back in office, they've ceded more land, meaning they've attained more land from their borders than they have in the last 30 years?
Yeah, because they're moving forward on the destruction that they did during Biden's administration.
Mm-hmm.
Like now they're taking over the space.
No, because Biden's administration was part of the last 30 years. And since Trump has gotten back in office, they have taken more land than they have in the entire 30 years combined. Right.
Because they did most of the destruction during Biden's 4 years, and now they're moving in there during Trump's administration.
That's not true. That's not true.
That's not true. We literally saw the destruction with our eyes.
Where the destruction where? What destruction?
In Gaza, we looked at it.
No. I'm not talking about Gaza. You're confused. I'm talking about all of the areas around Israel that they need to Lebanon? Create yes, that's what I'm talking about.
They're occupying Lebanon.
They've created trying
to de-escalate that.
They've created an actual buffer zone that they say that they need for war, and they've increased the actual area for the buffer zone. I'm not just talking about in Gaza. Sure, Gaza for sure, but I'm talking about the surrounding areas. They've increased their actual land for the surrounding areas by creating buffer zones for conflicts, because they keep engaging in conflicts, and then they create these buffer zones and they keep pushing it back so they can attain more land. So they've done more of that in the last year and a half than they've done in the last 30 years. What up, Solid?
Okay, yeah. So I can say that the Iran conflict escalated, then they emboldened them, and for the millionth time, as I opened up at the beginning of our conversation, I don't agree with this conflict. I hate it. I was disappointed by it. I criticized them, and I was very vocal about my disagreement with it. Mm-hmm. So, okay, listen, I'm taking the stance because ultimately I casted the vote that gave him the power to decide this. Mm-hmm. So I can't say, oh, no, I don't like it and back out like a bitch now. It is what it is. I got to own up to it.
Don't say the B word.
Okay, my bad. You what I'm like a weak person, right? Mm-hmm. I got to own up to it. But that doesn't mean that I'm happy and that you got to say, well, look, that this is happening as if it's my stance that I'm happy the war is happening. Yeah, okay, the Iran conflict escalated and emboldened Israel to try to attack other nations, but that's not on America.
Sure. Solid.
They're a sovereign nation.
What you got, Solid?
Nothing. I just think it's really similar to way back when I deployed under the premise that Baghdad had WMDs, right? Where we invaded a country that had nothing to do with the 9/11 attack. And there was just like this manufactured reason.
What was the real reason, sir?
Military contracts that
no. What was the real reason? The main reason?
Military contracts that would bolster Dick Cheney's pockets.
Right. No, the correct answer is
that's true too. Wait, how are you going to say what's the real reason and then say no? The correct answer.
Yeah, or you.
Lockheed Martin.
Or you.
Okay, no, Lockheed
they
Martin.
Had threatened to put. Listen, we're gonna find any reason. I'm not saying that Dick Cheney didn't line his pockets up with the opportunity. But what I'm telling you is, yeah, Halliburton. Listen, I understand Halliburton, and listen, that's a discussion I've had 1,000 times. I'm not disagreeing with you. All right, so he found the opportunity to make sure that he got the contracts, but they want to go in there regardless because they threatened to move outside. Operate outside of the petrodollar. Once you say that 2-3 years later, it's a wrap for you. It doesn't fucking matter where you are. You in the Middle East and you trying to operate outside of the petrodollar, they're gonna find a reason to take you out.
Okay, all right. So
and you know this.
So just American interest is why we went and
ultimately nobody can operate out of that petrodollar, sir.
So that's an excuse. Okay.
It's not an excuse. Our dollar is held up by the petrodollar. The fact that you need to exchange your currency to dollars to buy it. If we falter on that, then our nation is over, sir.
Why wasn't that said overtly?
Say that again.
Why wasn't that said overtly?
Why wasn't that said overtly?
Yeah.
Why doesn't the president come out and tell the public? Let me ask a question.
Bush told us that it was WMDs. He didn't say that after we installed Saddam Hussein, he went rogue. Right? That's not what he said. He said they had WMDs. Yes. And I tell you, I looked everywhere. I looked behind walls. I looked under beds. I looked in the shit trenches in front of their houses.
I got you, man.
I didn't find a single WMD. So
we know there were no WMDs, bro.
Yeah, why didn't
I was in my 20s when that was happening. Let me talk to you, man. I understand this.
Why didn't we say?
Why didn't America, sir? Please stop talking.
Wait, brother. Why doesn't America? Wait, brother. Just because you speak louder doesn't make you right. Like, why do you keep? Solid can't even finish a question before you hop in. Come on now.
Why doesn't America?
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Brody.
Why doesn't the American president, come out and say, "Hey, if we don't knock this nation off, it's gonna weaken our dollar's value. So we must attack." Why do you think they don't do that? Why you don't think they talk about the imaginary ball?
Because it's morally unacceptable. The American people wouldn't go for it. We don't like involving ourselves in other wars simply for profiteering. We don't like unaliving innocent people for profiteering. We don't like war profiteering. We're supposed to be a virtuous nation.
Okay, so let me ask you. In 2000 and, I gotta look it up, 11, 12, why do you think Obama knocked off Muammar al-Gaddafi?
Same reason Saddam Hussein.
What was that reason?
He was trying to nationalize and he was trying to
dinar, right?
get off of the fiat currency.
Get off of that petrodollar and start having Muslim nations, the African nations, trade in the dinar, and Middle East nations trade in the dinar instead of the petrodollar.
Why didn't we say that out loud?
Why the fuck would we say that out loud?
Because
are you crazy?
Because of integrity. To not lie to the American people.
No, there's no integrity. If the petrodollar falls,
So
If the
that's okay.
petrodollar
So
falls,
wait, hold on, real quick, brother. Let me see if I understand what you're saying. Are you saying that
oh my
it's
God.
okay to lie to the American people?
You have to. It's unfortunate these people are too stupid to understand that if the petrodollar falls, obviously you are too. If the petrodollar falls, a gallon of milk is going to go to $55. It's going to go to $55 tomorrow. Oil's going to be $100 a barrel. It would be the destruction of our civilization permanently if the petrodollar falls, bro.
So then why not say that?
Because the public won't understand economics. They don't understand that. They think everything just runs invisibly with nothing. Everything is just permanent, automatic. The money's just worth what it's worth. They don't understand what printing is. They don't know they don't understand these things. For them, the president to come up there and explain economics to people, they just got to make sure that the people can afford what they can afford.
I just can't. I don't understand why you haven't answered. Why not? Why don't the American people understand?
Because obviously y'all are ridiculous.
You don't know.
Look, listen, you know this to be true. You're playing coy right now, knowing because you don't want to, I guess, take an L in front of 1.2 people right now. You know that if the petrodollar falls, it's a wrap for this country. We're going into martial law. It's a wrap. We're done because people are going to start fleeing the nation.
Let's do socialism. Hey, here's the deal, right? You're not going to catch me caping for any president doing war. I don't like the loss of American lives. I don't think we should be over there unaliving and beating the shit out of poor people in other countries. The problem here, right, is that if it's such a threat to the way we do as a country, but we can't say that overtly, that means that our faces are being played in.
Okay, listen, man. I'm going to tell you. Oh, I thought you stopped. Go ahead.
Yeah, it means our faces are being played in, right? And so if you got to lie to get involved into a conflict, to line your pockets. And by the way, the only pockets, yes. Halliburton was selling paper plates for $40 a plate.
I understand Halliburton, bro. We all watched the fucking documentary. We all watched the same documentary, read the same books, bro.
How much did the American people benefit from from OIF?
None.
How much did the American people benefit from OEF?
Bro, I'm going to tell you like I tell the feminists.
Are you a poppy salesman?
Listen, I'm going to tell you.
Don't do that, brother. Like I already tell you about to say some wild, disrespectful shit. Don't do that.
No, I'm not. I'm not at all, actually. Not at all. I'm going to tell you like I tell the feminists. Listen, I'm going to tell you like I tell the feminists, right? War is needed, okay? Unfortunately, we have to compete for the resources in the arable land on this planet to keep our way of life. If another group of people have the majority of it, then we would have to adhere to their way of life.
Funny about that statement,
listen to me. Let me finish. We must go to war. It's a necessity.
Like it's not true.
Saying war.
Like brother, it's not true though.
It is true.
He's saying war, but what he means is imperialism.
Yeah.
He's saying we got to do neo-colonialism so that we can thrive, but we're not thriving.
I clearly said,
brother, hold on. Food insecurity is on the rise. Unemployment is on the rise. The black unemployment has never been less than twice that of white unemployment. The pockets of the pockets of these government contracts, our defense budget is a third of the budget, right? Like we're literally just making rich people more rich. And when we do this thing like, oh, we're all going to enjoy the fruits of our labor. Brother, I've seen your hair. You didn't even make enough to go to Great Cuts, my guy.
Hold on a second. Why are you trying to hurt my feelings now? You stupid.
I'm sorry.
That is crossing the line. We know that he makes more than enough at the Waffle House.
Thank you.
You're right.
And I just got promoted to the main Waffle House.
How many fights you got to?
How many squabbles? No. This one's classy, actually. It's only disputes between ugly white women.
No, stop it. Stop it. You know you still got to squabble.
Yeah, you got to be able to fight to be at the main Waffle House. So here's the deal. we're not actually benefiting the American people. It's not improving the American people's way of life. It's lining the pockets of millionaires who are getting these government contracts.
Of course. I mean, that's not debatable.
Right. So when you say we have to, hell no, we literally don't.
Traditionally in the world, we're competing for resources and arable land. And if we're not doing that, we're ultimately losing it to somebody else because somebody else is going to do it. All right, we're competing for it, right? And if you say that we're not doing this since the beginning of time, you're delusional.
Yeah,
I don't know what history
since the country's conception, we've been doing imperialism. Yes, that's not good.
Since the world began, tribes have been conquering other tribes.
You're just doing hegemony, man. You're saying this is a natural,
what a deflection.
And good,
the
right way
African tribes did it with each other.
I'm addressing.
Hold on, African tribes did it with each other. Native tribes did it in the Americas. Literally, Europeans did whatever. Everybody did it. The Arawakan did it in the land. They had the Carib that were a quote unquote flesh eating tribe that roving tribe. Literally, everybody did it. It's just human nature.
So let me see if I understand what you're saying. Are you saying that because it's human nature, we shouldn't stop it?
See, now you're loading it up because you're generalizing it.
No, I'm
not saying we shouldn't stop
yes
it.
Or no?
I'm not saying we shouldn't stop it on a lower level, but ultimately it's just the way of the world seeing that resources are limited.
I disagree that it's natural.
I do too. But the reason why I was saying that I disagree with that actual, the reason why I was saying I disagree with that statement, he was like, oh, resources are limited. Resources are limited in the sense that they're being hoarded. I understand there's a difference between like finite resources and resources.
No, there's finite
hoarded.
resources. Yeah,
but see, this is the thing. There's better ways of actually distributing finite resources outside of imperialism. Right. So the premise that we have to, go conquer, kill, and all this other shit, and because we need these finite resources, that's not true. Like there's literally better ways to deal with that.
No, there's no better way to deal with it.
Okay.
There is.
You got the socialist mind where everybody is like equal and everybody's just going to share their stuff and be all right. That's not the world, bro.
That's not socialism. You know better, brother.
It's not socialism.
Okay, socialism is the government distributing
no, it's not, brother. Come on, I know you know the difference.
Yes, it is. Communism is the means of production in the hands of the people and no government. So I'm making I hate. Listen, Super. I hate.
Initially, I came up to do the bit so I could just go because you were saying he brings up friends to yell at you. But
yeah, he always does that. I expect this is what he always needs help.
I think
him and Zeus always need help.
I literally, when I tell you, like, there's nothing. I'm not even gonna insult you, brother. Like, come on now.
First of all, why are you wearing this hat? Let me ask you.
Can we wait? Hold on. Before he answers that, before he answers that, can we acknowledge that when you said that you were laying the groundwork for an escape route?
Me?
Yeah, that if somebody came up and started to cook you, right, you could just say, see, you need help, Santana. And you could just run, right? But Santana brought me up specifically because of my military service.
Yo, thank you for your service, bro, but I don't care.
Yeah, so I want to get back to the point, right? Let's say that it is natural to war, right? We defy our nature all the time. We fly in planes, brother. We drive in cars. We defy our nature all the time. We go to counseling. We get mental health counseling.
No, sir.
We defy our nature all
our
the time.
Nature and natural circumstances are two different things. Okay. All right. So the circumstances are natural. Our nature is not to be evil and unalive. The resources are limited by natural ordinance. We must compete for them to keep our way of life since the world is different. Did you see the difference? Our own nature inside we can make suppress.
We're not keeping our
the
way
circumstances that by natural ordinance exist are different. Follow me, my nigga.
I'm not gonna hold you.
But we're not keeping our way. For sure.
Anyway,
Can I
I'm
close
not
out?
ashamed of being dark skinned just because I love my country and
Who
I
the fuck
appreciate
said
the life that I
anything about
live.
that,
What
brother?
the fuck?
That's one of your topics. You said you're tired of it. I could talk to you about any one of the things that you got up there. They all ridiculous.
I said you're
Oh, he
ashamed
said
of
he
being black.
FDR?
I didn't say shit about you being dark skinned.
Well, I'm not black.
You know,
Wait, go
you
to
know
I'm
black.
Dominican.
You know black. That's what I was about to say. You know black poppy. You
Yeah,
Dominican.
I know black. I know black, papi.
Take a nap.
I know black.
All right, for sure. Tell that to the police, buddy. I don't know.
Oh man, here it goes. Like the police define me. The police don't define
if
me
you
as a
ran
human,
a
dog.
comb through
And
your
black
shit,
is
bro,
not a race.
if you
It's
ran
literally
a
a
comb
race,
through
you
your shit,
donut.
Bretta, you might want to let me down, Santana, because if you get into a racial conversation,
Okay, bye.
it's gonna
Okay,
get ugly.
just go. Okay, bye.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Only request
Wait.
up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. I'm not gonna do that with him. Yeah, the reason why solid is because Brett is smart enough to know the things, but he's disingenuous. So like I don't see the point in doing this with someone that's gonna be disingenuous. He has like a an expiration date where he'll be genuine to a certain point and then it's just over.
You gonna play the sound? Stop.
What sound?
No, guys, that's not true.
Oh no! I retired those. Those are yours now. I had it on the soundboard, but then when I switched to studio, I haven't been using it since. So that's why I relinquished them to you.
Oh, W, the way I'm about to, in the words of one Jeff from End of a Species, the way I'm about to weaponize this.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
All right, buddy.
All right, bro.
I'm super late. I got to go all the way to
Baltimore. Do your thing.
All right, what?
Debbie's in the chat for Dragon Lover for the $2 donation saying, are you thinking your thoughts first? Yeah, have to be fucking insane. Debbie's in the chat for J Hops for the $5 donation saying, I know this man did not say he doesn't like the under talking while under talking and over talking the whole time. Like, yeah. That's who brother is. That's who he is. That's what he does. W's in chat for Bella for the sending out the YouTube membership subscription. W's in chat for she for the $2 super chat to say morning Santana. Love listening to your intros. It's so catchy. Thank you. W's in chat for Trey for the $5 super chat to say false. Trump is the most pro-Israel. Obama, if you remember, did not have a good relationship with Bibi. Yes, we aided them, but BB was very mad about the JCPOA. Yep. W's in chat for Trey for the $5 super chat to say he doesn't know the history. Dominicans are black. Yes, Dominicans are black. Like, Brother was just being an asshole. Like, Brother knows better. That's why I said once Brother reaches the point of being disingenuous, he got to go. W's in chat for Lady Ball for the $2 super chat to say, looking fly today, Santana D. Luffy. I appreciate you. W's in the chat for Sean for the $5 super chat to say, I'm sick of big talkers about war. If you think it's so great, then enlist infantry today. Walk the walk. Thank you, Solomon, my brother veteran. I know that's right. W's in the chat for Lord Tamaroshi for the $10 super chat to say, American imperialism needs to stop. Something needs to change within the next 10 years inside of the United States of America, or America will have its own French Revolution. Yeah, I think less than 10 years, if I'm gonna be honest. W's in the chat for JP for the $5 super chat to say, in short, the caller saying, grab your ankles and like it, facts. And then W's in the chat for Lord Tamayoshi for the $10 super chat to say, rather than focusing on a more abundant, clean alternative, they would rather go for war for putting for things polluting our planet. What other planet can we live on? That's right, none. Take care of your true mother. Like, facts. That's what the fuck. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing over on Twitch? Over on Twitch, W's in the chat for Cool Cat, who sent say it with your chest. W's in the chat for Manders, who sent one cheer bit to say solid. I'm so glad you made it home. Say thank you for educating. I know that's right. W's in the chat for Steve for the one cheer bit to say, I need your P.O. box so I can send you some special chapstick. Yeah. I don't know. I only use a special, specific type of chapstick. I don't know if I could use just, other chapsticks that people send. I appreciate you though. W's in chat for all the donuts, guys. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and links are in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Guys, if you don't mind, keep tapping the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me, knock out the daily gift goal, which right now is the Rosas. Knock out the Rosas, and only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. I don't know if this guy, Uncle whatever, is going to load. Guys, I really can't. Hey, that was in chat for Red. I really can't believe that was in chat for Red. They like took down my video, and then I changed the actual wording, thinking that it would get it through, and they like reflagged the shit again, and it's still like pending. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? No. Okay, he left. Like, I can't believe this shit. And the video was fucking fire. The video is fucking fire. Make sure you guys check the video out on Instagram and on YouTube, which is Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You. It's on both of those places. All right. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background. America has declined, and we have to talk about the reasons that it has declined, the people that are responsible for the decline. First and foremost, we have to start with Republicans. Republicans are absolutely the party of destruction, and they show it each and every day. Each and every day, they're absolutely the party of destruction. But we also cannot forget the tools. Hey, that was in chat. That's fucking cool. The tools of destructions that are used, which of course is capitalism. Capitalism has failed. Capitalism has absolutely failed. Capitalism is the issue, and we need socialism. Like, I think that's sensible. I think that's reasonable. I think that's something that everyone can get on board with. We need socialism. Now, got to talk about white supremacy going hand in hand with white privilege. It's super funny that so many people don't think that that white privilege exists. You know what's funny? With that actual point, so many people come up, and instead of actually debating the premise that white privilege and white supremacy go hand in hand, they say, oh, there's no such thing as white privilege. I don't know what that is. And I say the same thing to each and every one of them. Oh, okay. If you don't know what white privilege is, then I don't think that I can talk to you. Like, we can't have this conversation. So, you know, I don't know. I don't know. I end up like kicking people out and telling them, you know, going about their business. Because if you don't know what white privilege is, then I don't think you're equipped for this conversation. Simple, easy. But we can talk about it. You said, oh, look, I'm Cuba. Look at this clown. He's here every single day. You fucking love me, bro. Get in the box. Like, I don't care what you're saying in the comment section. Either get in the box or fuck off. Like, seriously, I legitimately don't care which one. I legitimately don't care which one. Either get in the box or fuck off. Iran war. Like, Bretta came up, and even Bretta didn't want to defend the actual Iran war. He didn't want to defend it because he knows the truth. Oh, we took an L. We took an L. You think you think capitalism is for living company? What the fuck are you talking about, Marcus? Come up here and explain it to me. You think capitalism for living? Do I thank capitalism for living comfortably in a nice house? You don't know anything about my house or where I live. I'm gonna mute you. I sent you a request. Hit that accept button. You don't know my situation. You don't know my life. What are we talking about? You know, the funny thing is about that, right? Is people that defend capitalism assume just because they're not actually hurting under the guise of capitalism that means it's working. Just because you can afford to pay your rent or your mortgage, you think capitalism's working. Just because you're not worried about where your next meal is coming from, you think capitalism is working. That's so far from the truth. So far from the truth. And so I said this on Solid's Live, and like, this is the truth. I know I talk about these systems, right? And I even talk about like our governmental system. But if you know how it was created and you know how it was intended to work, then it would all make sense. Like, it all makes sense today. I think I'm like halfway through with the 1619 project, a little over halfway through. And I've been telling everyone about this book. And while I've been telling everyone about this book, I've been giving a disclaimer. This book is a tough read, right? And when I say this book is a tough read, I mean that it's hard to stomach some of the stuff that you're going to learn. It's literally hard to stomach some of the stuff that you're going to learn. Trigger warning, content warning. Trigger warning, content warning. I'm giving everyone a heads up. Trigger warning, content warning. Please, please, please be aware. Trigger warning, content warning. I'll give everybody a few moments. I'm going to read off these 2 donations, and then I'm going to tell you about it. I'm going to read off these 2 donos, and I'm going to tell you about it. W's in the chat for Kayla for the $5 donation saying, what can we expect to happen if we, what can we expect to happen if we get what we want out of midterms? Honestly, nothing. If I'm going to be completely honest, Kayla, maybe less of the fuck shit, but more of the fuck shit continues. If I'm going to keep it like a buck and keep it funky, I think that the issue that I have with the Democratic Party is they haven't stood on anything. I'm not championing the Democratic Party because they have like such an initiative that's going to help everyday Americans, but they're not trying to be as harmful as the Republicans. Like, that's it. That's it. W's in the chat for Kayla. I'm going to read one more dono, and then again, trigger warning, content warning. I'm going to tell you guys something about the 1619 project. W's in the chat for Danella for the $1 donation saying, Frida asked me yesterday what white privilege is, and I explained the best I could. Can you explain it to her better? 2 minute thoughts. Yeah, for sure. 2 minute thoughts. White privilege is the ability to move through society without the additional barriers due to race. It's a sense of society conforming around you versus you having to adjust to society. So white privilege does not mean that you're going to have like an excellent life. White privilege does not mean that you're going to just, be super rich or all this other stuff. It just means that the actual issues that people face in society due to their race, you don't have to face those issues. That's what white privilege is. White privilege is knowing that as a white man, you, even if you commit a crime, the exact same crime as a black man, and you have the exact same record as a black man, you are less likely to serve more time than a black man because you're white. White privilege is not being stopped in the middle of the day just because of your race for a traffic violation, which there's a study that was completed, the Veil of Darkness study, that showed that 95 million traffic violations, and it showed the bias that the police officers engaged in traffic stops due to just race. That's white privilege. White privilege is not knowing that white privilege exists. That's one of the benefits of having white privilege, is not knowing that you have white privilege. So, yeah. Dubs in the chat, thank you so much for the dono. All right, guys, I gave you time. I gave the trigger warning. I gave the content warning. I gotta cover this. Going through the 1619 project, there's a lot of things that I thought I knew about the history of our country, about chattel slavery, about how things exist within society today. One thing that I really love about the book is that not only does it cover like it covers colonialization of Turtle Island, but it also covers like up until, I want to say 2022, somewhere around there, like super recent, right? Because it talks about like, the first slave that was actually born in Americas, but it also talks about like George Zimmerman, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery. It talks about it's such a hell, even before that, it talks about like the actual the creation of race and all this other stuff. But one thing that was super interesting and really tough to read was the way that they actually brought kidnapped Africans that they were going to sell into slavery, the way that they brought them from there to wherever they were going. So we know the story about how like Black people were all in chains. They were in these heavy chains, right? And we also know the story about how they were packed into the ship to the point of like quote unquote planking, right? We know how they were all like piled together. Again, trigger warning, content warning, trigger warning, content warning. They talked about how basically it was like being in a coffin. They were packed so tight in together that they had just about as much space as they would have inside of a coffin, while not being able to move, not being able to breathe. They talked about how the heavy metal chains sunk into their flesh and ripped at their flesh. And they talked about the men who were often dismembered due to the chains, right? Because people being packed in so tightly together, there was a lot of them that died due to being dismembered. And a lot of that I knew, but I didn't know that they separated the men and women. And while separating the men and women, the men, that's how they traveled. The women, they weren't chained. They didn't put those chains on women. The Black women, they didn't do that. And the reason being, because they wanted to have easy access to rape them. They didn't want to have to go through the chains and the hassles of dealing with that when they wanted to get to the women. And they actually even called where they kept the women the whore hole. And there was a study that was completed that actually talked about how during that time, I can't remember the percentage, but there was a large percentage of children born that had European ancestry, meaning that they actually, the white men that engaged in chattel slavery and that brought people over, raped their way to a disproportionate amount where they had a large representation of the lineage instead of the Black men that were brought with them. The book's a really tough read, but it's super important. It's a really, really tough read, but it's super important. Sorry, I had to take a break, and it's called the 1619 Project. I want to be fair, and I want to warn guys. When I tell you, I've been going through this whole process of reading as much as I can, and I've been consuming like literature as quickly and as much as possible. but this is the first book that I've come across that it's taking me more time to get through this, but it's worth it. It's so much there that I didn't know. And there's so much there that actually shapes my understanding as far as how we live in society today, including the hierarchical structuring of corporations is based off of slavery. Like the way that capitalism and the hierarchy structure of corporations, like, you know, managers and like middle managers and like frontline or whatever the case may be, that's literally based off of slavery. Or the fact that slave owners use analytics to assess their slaves, including given a depreciation value on their slaves, which was in accordance with their age, with physical limitations, with the current cost of slaves. There's a lot. Also learned that indigenous people had slaves, and not just a small amount of slaves. Indigenous people had thousands of slaves. Thousands of slaves. Indigenous people would steal slaves from the colonizers because the colonizers were actually taking their land. And so they then engaged in capturing the slaves from the colonizers, and sometimes they would sell them to other tribes or keep them enslaved. And the quote unquote founding fathers of America were so worried about the actual issues with indigenous people that they created multiple treaties with indigenous people where they recognize indigenous people and their nation as a separate nation that's under the protection of America, kind of like the colonies were under the protection of Britain. They gave indigenous people protection under the United States of America and made them a somewhat second-class citizen as long as indigenous people did not recognize the freedom and rights of Black people. As long as indigenous people were willing to treat Black people as property and less than, they were allowed to have sovereignty over their nation, and they had to agree to stop stealing the slaves from the colonizers of the Americas. And they agreed, and they had their slaves, and the colonizers broke the treaties. One after the other, they broke the treaties. And then they started to put the indigenous people on the auction block right beside the Black people. That's when indigenous people and Black people started getting sold into slavery together. That's when the United States started taking land from indigenous people, literally seizing their land and giving it to white people for what today would be $38 an acre, so they could plant more cotton, tobacco, sugar cane. And that's where, like, you guys might have heard about Seminoles, right? That's where a lot of indigenous people started to align themselves with Black people after they were enslaved together. They started bonding together. They started sharing secrets. They started sharing history. A lot of West African and indigenous history started to tie together, mixed in with some of the Christian religion of the United States of that time. And so if you look at a lot of like the weaving and you look at a lot of the actual clay pots and stuff like that, it's all based off of the crossover between indigenous people, West African Black people, and the Christianity connection that was in the United States at that time. And a lot of times when these indigenous people and Black people, if they would escape slavery together, they would end up starting families together. And you would start to see more people that were biracial in a sense of being Black and indigenous. And then apparently specific indigenous nations denied their existence. I know they talked about like the Cherokee Nation specifically, who disavowed multiracial or biracial people. And apparently this was even like, this was recent too, right? Apparently the Cherokee Nation has had, since I've been alive, I can't remember the date right off the top of my head, but since I've been alive, they've denied the actual tribal connection of biracial people. So it's a lot. I'm sorry for kind of going on a diatribe, and I know that was a lot, but I'm telling you, the book is wild, and the more that I learn, the more that I realize I don't know. Who's the author? It's an amalgamation of people. It was written by a multitude of people. Let's see here. 1619 Project. It was headed by Nicole Hannah-Jones and let's see, full cast. Nicole Hannah-Jones. Dang it, there's a lot of people. Cartlin Roper, Eileen Silverman, and Jake Silverstein. The interesting thing about this book is not only do they actually give an accurate depiction of the history of the United States of America and like what happened, like they talk about the slave codes, the pig laws, like they talk about all of this, but they also put works depicting certain stuff in there. So there's like spoken word poems and all this other stuff. And like they had a poem about Black women and how they were raped. The spoken word was amazing, but damn it, it was tough. Anyway, I apologize, guys, but the 1619 Projects, the new origin story, like if you have the stomach for it, I recommend it. If you have the stomach for it, I more than recommend it. Let's get back to the debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you'd like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
That I am.
You are a Trump supporter, disagree, or combination?
Basically it's kind of general because it's like I'm a Trump supporter, but it seems like every time, at least in your Yahoo comment section, every time I make a or YouTube.
Oh, I was about to say I got a Yahoo. You threw me off for a second. Yeah, I apologize. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's kind of older, but sorry. YouTube.
No, I have a Yahoo. That's why it confused me for a second.
Oh, okay. But anyway, anytime I make like a valid like YouTube like argument in like support of Trump, it's like I seem to get like instantly like banned for like, whatever amount of time, just for making a general comment in like support of Trump.
Okay.
And it's like you say anything about like the JDCPOA or anything like that, and it's like, okay, you get blocked. But it's like the JCPOA, did that allow them or did that not allow them to make and enrich uranium, for example?
Yeah, the JCPOA allowed them to actually enrich uranium for energy usage, so it was an actual limited amount.
So, say for example, Trump does not want to allow them to have anything like that.
Well,
and
the issue with you making that statement is he's already allowed them to do so now.
But why does he say then we want to go in there and take all the nuclear dust?
Well, because he talks a lot, but he can't actually back it up. Have you looked at the MOU?
Exactly. So, okay, let me ask you this then. If he talks a lot, then why is it you, Dean, Parker, you guys like take like everything, every little thing he says as like gospel?
No one takes it as gospel, but he's the president of the United States of America. While I absolutely believe people should be accountable for their words, this man's words literally moves markets. And so the fact that he doesn't have the ability to understand or even care that his actual words can, like his words can end lives. So I think holding him accountable for the things that he says is very important. But even more than that, and calling out any type of lies is super important too.
Right. Okay, I'll give you that. But say, for example, the comment he made on Howard Stern, whatever it was, like 20 years ago or whatever. For example, I'm sure you're older than Dean and Parker are. Would you say maybe just in general, people like go on Howard Stern and maybe exaggerate a little bit, or
I literally don't care. I don't talk about it. Like the reason why I don't talk about the stuff that Trump has done in his past is because like people try to relitigate the past and people try to litigate whether it was or was not, and it was a time and da 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 da. I think that's moot, right? I mean, he said what he said. He's been a piece of shit and people gave him a pass. And I'm not going to argue with people about his shitty past because he's doing enough today to actually condemn him and to pull away. That's why when I come up and people come up and talk to me, I don't talk about like, I don't say, why did you vote for Trump? I don't care why you voted for Trump. That was 2 years ago. I want to know how you support him today. So every time I say, tell me how do you support Donald Trump? And I'll say today, June the 27th, 2026. So you can talk about his past, like his past is fucked, but people don't care about his past because they reelect him as president of the United States of America, knowing his past. So I stick to how can you still support him today based off of the things that he's doing today.
Okay, so say I said border policies.
Sure, tell me what border policy he passed.
Okay, you guys, then there you go again. You guys say pass. Okay, so Kamala Harris, for example.
Why are you talking about Kamala Harris? This is Donald Trump. And the reason why I say, tell me what border policy he passed is because you said border policies. In order to have a border policy, that means you have to pass legislation, and that's what policy is.
Okay, so
you see how I don't find any value in talking about like Kamala Harris or, past administrations unless you want to bring up something specific to compare the actual numbers or like what changed from here to there. Like I don't even really talk about Donald Trump's first term, which we can dig into. But again, there's so much happening today. We don't need to go back. But anyway, go ahead and finish your point.
Well, no, but you have to have some basis of comparison. And when it comes down,
give me 1 second here. This guy, Duct Tape Dynasty, I'm muting you. Come up here and tell me about it. You guys can go 2-on-1 with the great one. He said false. You can enforce the policy already in place. Tell me what policy in place that he enforced. A spoiler alert, it's not fucking one. Sorry, go ahead.
I thought The Rock was the great one.
Yeah, you guys about to go 2-on-1 with the great one.
Oh, okay. So it's like you got jokes.
I am funny.
But anyway, nonetheless, you can like when Kamala or Camellia or so why is it
if you can't say her name correctly, then you're not intelligent enough to talk to me. So just FYI, if you're doing it on purpose, you should maybe stop. But if you for some reason can't say her name correctly, then I don't think that it's a fair fight, and I would just move off the conversation.
So the fact that she's like seriously like a ding dong, like, you know, that just
how do you quantify
is irrelevant.
That? How do you quantify that she's a quote unquote ding dong?
Well, she's a quote unquote ding dong. If anyone with common sense,
what does common sense have to do? Wait, what does common sense have to do with the intelligence of this woman? Obviously, she's super intelligent because not only is she someone who has excelled in scholastics, right? But she was able to pass the bar in the state of California, which is an amazing, massive feat. Hey, question for you, random TikTok user that came in on a spam account. Have you ever been vice president of the United States of America?
Well, first of all, it's not a spam account.
Answer the question. Have you ever been vice president of the United States of America?
No, I haven't.
Have you ever been a United States senator?
Have you?
Have you ever been a United States senator?
Have you?
No, but I didn't call the former vice president of the United States of America a ding dong. I answered the question. Have you ever been a United States senator?
Have you listened to her put together?
Answer the question and stop running. Have you ever been a United States senator?
What's the point? No.
Okay. Have you ever been district attorney, attorney general? Have you ever done any of those things? What's the greatest accomplishment that you, random TikTok user number 4454, what's the greatest accomplishment that you've ever achieved in your life?
Well, first of all, I'll break down the fact that I'm a random TikTok user.
I don't care. Like, legitimately, you could be someone with thousands of followers and you would still be a random TikTok user to me. Like, none of that matters. What's the greatest achievement that you've ever accomplished in your life?
I've done a lot, but
okay, then what? What's number one? What's the greatest thing that you've done?
What do I have to do with Kamala Harris?
You actually have the galls to stand up here and call the former vice president of the United States of America, which is a black woman that has history of success and achievement, a quote unquote ding dong, while not even being close enough to sniff her. Like, when I tell you the actual caucasity of random white people that try to talk shit about black excellence, it blows my mind. You're not even in the same universe as her, but for some reason, because you have an opinion, you think that you can sit here and say, well, she's a ding dong. She is, one, not only far more superior and intelligent than you, and I can tell because I've been having a conversation with you. You, like, when I tell you you're so fucking mediocre and you think that you can call her a ding dong, that shit, it's insane. It's mind blowing. You think that you have the ability to call someone out while not even being close enough to actually sniff them. That's fucking crazy. You're mediocre.
When did this get racial?
I don't give a fuck about you saying when did it get racial. I'm telling you, she's a black woman, and since she is a black woman and I am a black man, I will defend that black woman.
Really?
Yes, really.
So the fact that she can't put together a sentence without...
Tell me when she couldn't put together a sentence.
Do you not know the term word salad?
Yes, it's a stupid ass term that was weaponized by racist ass white people. Now answer the fucking question. When did she not put together a sentence?
There's many examples of her.
Give me one.
There's many examples.
Give me one. I will pull it up and play it. Give it to me.
That's another thing you guys go back to.
I don't give a fuck. Like, you said it. Now hold yourself accountable for your words. You said there's many examples. Give me one example. I will pull it up, play it, and we will listen together.
There's many examples.
Okay, if there's many, then you can give me one. Give me one.
I'm sure I could, but
okay, then do it.
I'm not going to sit there and play
either game. Do it or concede that you don't have any.
There's many.
Okay, if there's many, then go get one or concede that you don't have it. When I tell you I don't care about your mediocre ass comments, I don't care about you crying, either you prove the stuff that you're saying or you stop saying it. I don't care. I'm willing to accept what you have to say if you can prove it. But if you can't prove it, then shut the fuck up.
Why are you getting so heated, bro?
Because you are a mediocre ass man that came up here and tried to call the former vice president of the United States of America, one of the most accomplished black women in the history of the world, someone that's a quote unquote ding dong, when you obviously, when I tell you, you're not even qualified to be on this TikTok live right now. Like literally the only reason you're on this TikTok live right now is because I want to dog walk the shit out of you. You're not even qualified to talk to me, but yet you think that you're qualified to comment on the former vice president of the United States of America. Have you lost your fucking mind?
Name something else that she wasn't put in charge of other than really the border.
What do you mean she was put in charge of the border? Like, you're so stupid. I know you for a fact that you don't even know what she actually did. How was she put in charge of the border? What did she do?
What did she do? Did you not see
answer the question. You said that she was put in charge of the border. What did that mean?
What did she do at the border? How many times did she go to the border?
You said she was put in charge of the border. What does that mean?
Show me proof she actually went to the border.
What does that mean? You're literally pivoting. You said she was put in charge of the border. Explain to me what that means.
I'm just saying that's the main thing.
Why are you just saying stuff if you don't know what it means?
Well, because you said she was an excellent black woman, right?
Yes. And you said, well, she was put in charge of the border. Tell me what that means. This is the thing. If you don't know something, then why are you speaking on something that you don't know?
Show me what she did for the border.
Answer the fucking question. I will tell you what she did for the border, but I need you to tell me specifically before I do, what does that mean? What was her responsibility? What does that mean? She was put in charge of the border. That's such a vague statement. I need you to be specific. Tell me directly.
Wasn't her title like the borders are?
No. See, that's what I'm talking about. You guys are so stupid.
She was supposed to do some root cause analysis to determine.
She was. Shut up. No one's talking to you just yet. I'm on his neck.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, the point being, the quote unquote borders are, that's literally something that was made up by the Republicans. That's not a thing.
Okay.
Where the United States of America, we don't have czars.
Okay. Well, what do you want to call it then?
She was the vice president of the United States of America. We don't have czars.
Okay. So
even you accepting that, it shows like the lack of intelligence that you have.
How did she do with the border?
She did amazing.
What did she do with it?
You don't know?
Obviously, you don't. Tell me.
Oh, no. I know. I need you to tell me that you don't know. I need you to concede that you don't actually know anything, and I will educate you. But if you're telling me you know, then you need to tell me.
What's the point?
The point is, you are ill-equipped for this conversation, but yet for some reason you think that you have the ability to make a comment about one of the most successful, intelligent black women to ever grace this world. Not this country, this literal world. Even this donut right here knows what she did, but you don't know shit. And for you to come up here in front of thousands of people saying what you said, let's not forget that you originally came in here saying, well, every time I'm over in your YouTube chat, actually you said Yahoo, your YouTube chat, I get muted because I make great points, and you haven't made a fucking point yet. The only thing that you did was take a swipe at a black woman, not knowing that I was going to fucking roast you because I know that you don't know anything. You guys never know anything. All you have is your fucking feelings. Now state some facts. Either tell me what she did or admit that you don't know anything.
Am I the one yelling here? And
I don't give a fuck about who is yelling or who's not. The reason I'm yelling is because you are so mediocre and you came in here with so much confidence and you insulted one of the most prestigious black women to ever grace this earth. I will hold you accountable for your words. I'm so sick and tired of mediocre people pretending that they belong. You don't belong here. You're not equipped, and I'm exposing you.
You're exposing me. So are you telling me
the question?
Are you telling me I
answer
didn't see people?
The question?
Are you telling me
answer the question or concede? I don't care which one. Either tell me what she did or concede that you don't know.
I'm about to tell you.
Okay, go.
Are you telling me my eyes lied to me?
I don't care about your lying ass eyes. I want you to tell me what she did or concede that you don't know.
She didn't do anything.
Okay, so you don't know.
So you don't know.
Is that your final answer, that she didn't do anything?
To me,
I don't care about to you. I don't care about to you. I'm saying, are you going on record and saying, as her time as vice president of the United States, where she was quote unquote put in charge of the border, are you saying that she did nothing? Is that your answer? Or are you willing to concede that you don't know?
Can I go on record or can I finish?
I don't want to hear about your feelings. I want you to tell me she did ABC, or no, she didn't do anything. I don't care which one. Or you can even say, you know what, Santana, I don't know. I concede. Please tell me.
Is that what it is? You feel so good about people, quote, in quote, conceding?
I feel good about exposing someone who had the unmitigated gall to come in front of thousands of people and criticize one of the most prestigious Black women to ever walk this earth and call her a quote unquote ding dong and say, well, she has word salads, while not even having two fucking rocks to click clack in your head. You're not equipped to be up here, but for some reason you think that you're equipped to speak on the excellence of that Black woman. You're not. Now answer the question.
You won't let me speak.
Go.
She is a quote, in quote, ding dong, as you would like me.
I don't give a fuck about your feelings, and we've already exposed you for being low IQ. You're the ding dong. Like it's literally projection. What did she do? Either tell me what she did, go on record and say she didn't do anything, or concede that you don't know. Say, Santana, I don't know. Will you please tell me?
You know, Santana, sometimes in life, there's no specific examples of everything.
There's absolutely evidence of what she did. I'm telling you, there's evidence. So you can't sit here and say, well, there's no specific. Yes, there is. There literally is.
I could. And you're going to be like, oh, go look it up, blah, blah, blah.
Yes, I'm going to have you prove the shit that you say. You think I care about your feelings? What about me tells you that I care about your feelings?
You have feelings, and the other millions of Americans.
You that tells? What about me that tells you that I care about your feelings?
I don't care that if you care whether or not.
I'm so happy you said that. I'm so happy you said that. Now fucking prove what you said, or either concede. I don't care which one, but you will do one.
It's not about me. It's not about you.
Either prove what you said or concede that you don't know. I don't care which one.
I don't care really that you care. So
either
agree to agree.
Prove what you said or concede. I don't care which one.
Anyone with logic can just listen.
Then prove it. Prove that she didn't do anything at the border.
Prove that she did.
You made the claim. Now I need you to prove what you said or concede, and I will tell you. I'm telling you, the only options you have is either you can prove that she didn't do anything, or you can concede, and I will tell you what she did.
I've made examples already.
No, you didn't. All you did was talk about, oh, you can just look what you said in my eyes or any logic. That's not actual proof. No one gives a fuck about your eyes. I don't care about your eyes.
Can I talk?
And if you're getting ready to cry, save it. If you're literally about to start crying, save it. You've been whining this entire time. Prove your words.
Did she not have people in silver tinfoil blankets sleeping in cages at the border?
Prove your words.
I just asked you a question.
I don't want a question. That's not proving your words. Questions are not proving your words. I want you to prove what you said.
There are actual pictures of people sleeping in blankets and tinfoil on the border.
Prove it.
I don't even know how TikTok Live works, but you can
fucking
Google
liar.
it.
You're a fucking liar. You're a mediocre liar. You're a mediocre liar. You're when I tell you the only reason that I'm talking to you like this right now is because you made the decision to come up here and call a black woman a quote unquote ding dong. That shit may fly on other lives. Other people may let you just say, oh, no, she's not, and just let it go. That shit does not fly here, especially from a mediocre ass white man. You are so entitled. You think that you can actually cast any type of judgment on your better. That's mind-blowing. She's literally better than you. But because you have an opinion, you think that it's valid, even though you can't prove anything. This is your last chance. Just sent you a request to come off mute. Either prove what you said or concede, and I will tell you. Like, don't let your ego and your pride make an ass out of you. Either prove it or concede, and I will actually give you the proof.
I've already told you it's not about me, and I already told you.
You're a fucking clown. You're a fucking clown. Shut up. I apologize about the yelling and the cursing chat. I'm sorry. Duct tape. I also apologize for telling you to shut up in the middle of that. I'll send your request to come off mute.
I appreciate it. And you call me a donut too. Is it at least chocolate covered?
You are doing it. All right. Tell me, because you said that the Trump administration just enforced the laws that were already in place. That's what you were saying, right?
That's right. Because you asked him about policy. If people are talking about immigration policy, then what policy has Trump passed in order, in this administration? And I said, well, the law didn't need to be passed because people kept talking about that. I think he was a senator from Oklahoma, about that bill that they tried to pass during the election year, the last minute. But you don't need that. You can just enforce the laws that we already have. And we see with Trump, while putting people, the National Guard on the border, Border Patrol on the border, working with Mexico, making sure that they put their military on the border, that has stopped the influx of immigrants substantially. But it has.
What you're saying is not true. There's nothing that the Trump administration has done as far as working with Mexico or putting troops on the border that's more substantial than what the Biden administration did. Actually, the Biden administration had more troops at the border. Trump had, I think, 7,000 or something, and the Biden administration had 10,000. Whatever the number is, the Biden administration had 3,000 more. I know that number is accurate, 3,000 more. I can look it up if you want me to give the specific numbers, but there were more troops at the border during the Biden administration versus the Trump administration, and they worked with Mexico to a higher successful rate, including Kamala Harris. One of the things that she was able to achieve was to get Mexico to invest $5 billion into border security, which again went into that border wall that Trump said that he was going to get Mexico to pay for.
Yeah, but even if what you're saying is true, and we can take it as fact, the enforcement of this administration and what they've been saying, their rhetoric and their laws, and Supreme Court decisions like this one regarding the TPS immigrants from Syria and Haiti, like that chills their intent on coming over here because they already know that this administration is going to enforce immigration laws, and they're not just going to be able to come across the border, stay here without possibly being detained like they have been. And that's primarily due to the obstruction from these Democrat cities and states, sanctuary cities and states, that's why they are in detention facilities and not in their home countries like they're supposed to be.
Yeah, you're so close. I'm not gonna hold you. You're actually so close to knowing what you're talking about. You actually know more than most people that I've had this conversation with. It's about cruelty. Like I need you to understand. It's not that they're quote unquote enforcing the laws that's on the books. They're actually violating human rights, and they're violating human rights and constitutional rights, not only for undocumented immigrants, but also for American citizens, to the tune of the United States of America landing on the humanitarian human rights watch list. And so since they're violating the human rights, and Donald Trump is specifically using ICE as a modern day slave patrol in order to round up undocumented immigrants and put them into free slave labor and to sell them off to concentration camps. And so since he's doing all that, people aren't coming into the country, right? And not only are people not coming into the country to like seek help or coming through the border undocumented, but even like tourism. The United States of America has taken a massive hit on tourism to the tune of losing billions of dollars in a lot of like our tourist attraction cities, including Las Vegas, New York, LA. Last year, Vegas lost over $85 billion in tourism because people aren't coming to the country because the United States of America is actively violating human rights, even with people that we get like agreements with and partnerships with, i.e. South Korea, how they decided they were going to invest in the Hyundai plant in Georgia. And once we got them to sign off on that agreement, there was an ICE raid arresting those South Korean people that were here on work visas. Like, we're literally using cruelty to discourage people to come into the country.
So y'all like to jump back and forth from law versus cruelty. Now it's about feelings, because it's not about that. It's about enforcing. Well, it's about enforcing the actual law, because you're saying, you're saying they are, this is about humanity. This is about
we're on a human rights watch list.
This is about enforcing immigration laws. This is not about it's not violating human rights to detain someone. That's literally the immigration law.
We're literally violating human rights. That's why we're on a human rights watch list. And it's not even about enforcement, because Donald Trump is actually deporting at a lower rate than both Biden and Obama. And I disagree with deportation as a whole, but Donald Trump has put more time, energy, effort, money, and resources into mass deportation, and he's still not doing it at the rate of Biden nor Obama. So you can sit here and say that it's literally true. It's literally true. The rate of deportation is not equivalent. And fun fact, not only is it not equivalent, a large majority of Donald Trump's quote unquote deportations were self-deportations.
Right, that matters. Self-deportations are deportations.
I'm not saying they're not.
I disagree. I disagree with paying these people to go back to their home countries, but self-deportations count. So you got 2.5 million.
I didn't say they didn't.
And then you got 5 million.
It's not 2.5 million.
Well, that's what they reported, and I'm going based off
now. Where'd you get that from?
DHS.
DHS. Give me the title. That's a fucking lie. There's no way you're saying that the DHS reported that.
DHS.
What's the title?
Type in DHS self-deportation numbers. They said 2.5 million self-deportations and about 500,000 actual deportations.
Yeah. 1 second here. DHS removes more than 500,000 quote illegal aliens from the U.S. Let's see here. More than 2 million quote unquote illegal aliens have left the United States, including 1.6 million voluntary self-deportation and more than 725,000 deportations. Okay, so they're saying that there's been 1.6 million people that have self-deported. I'm not gonna say like that's bullshit, but okay, I guess.
What date
whatever.
is it?
I'm sorry.
What date is it? What's the date on that?
They released this in October 27, 2025.
Yeah, so they've been updated since then.
Because this is the press release, and this is the updated information that's listed on the site.
Yeah, but I don't have it up in front of me.
I'm scrolling through everything that's been released in 2026. Give me a second. Let's just break it down to 2026, and then the topics. Maybe border security. Give me a second.
But while you're looking that up, even with those numbers that you presented,
immigration and custom enforcement, or it will probably be immigration and custom enforcement, right? What do you think?
It can be all of that. So it's all under the same department.
No, I'm trying to look to find and see if they posted any updated numbers. Because the numbers that I'm on their site, and that was the most recent, because they stopped reporting. So yeah, I don't see any updated numbers. I'll keep looking. Anyway, I let's say I take them at their word, right? 1.6 million self-deportations. They're still actually deporting at a lower rate than both the Biden and Obama administration, and they're paying them $1,000 a pop and sending them off their merry way. So like, that's interesting.
Well, that was October 2025. So that was less than a year of him being in office. He was in office January 2025. So so they're still deporting. Now we're in June, almost July. So even though I think that he is not doing everything the right way, because he should be in the border states too. So it needs to actually improve.
Hold on. They increased their actual payments to $2,600. Did you see that?
I saw that.
They increased their payments to $2,600. What's the math on that? 1.6 million. All right, hold on. Let's see. 1.6 million at $2,600 each. Holy shit, that's $4.16 billion.
Correct.
We paid them $4.16 billion to leave.
That's why, and y'all say this is not humanitarian. Look, who else gets paid $4 billion just to go back home?
Well, first and foremost, individuals didn't get paid $4 billion. It was they spent $26,000 per individual. But the crazy shit to me is, while this is happening, like, they're still not actually performing the functions of what they were trying to do, because they put money into ICE. They actually gave illegal coverage and protection for them to like violate the United States Constitution. Like, they've done all this shit, and they still are deporting at a quote unquote lower rate, at the same time deporting less than 5% of the people that they're deporting are violent criminals. Meaning that the actual people that they've been deporting don't have a history of criminal or a criminal record, and they've been specifically doing stuff like they did with TPS, going after people where they're like removing legal status. They've been going after like green card holders. The actual judges just ruled last week that ICE can no longer detain people and pick people up from the court, because like they were literally going into courthouses and grabbing people and deporting them from the court. So like all this shit is crazy. But
yeah, those judges don't have purview over the president. We as the American people voted. No, we as the American people voted Trump.
Wait. Does the president of the United States have to follow the Constitution?
His primary job is to protect the U.S.
I hear you. Does the president of the United States have to follow the Constitution?
Yes, he does.
Okay, perfect. Whose job is it to interpret the Constitution?
It's our job to write it. It is the judges to do that.
Go ahead, you got it.
The Supreme Court ultimately who has the purview to interpret the Constitution and change.
So
not the lower court.
If the actual judges pass a law stating that there is something that the executive branch is doing to infringe on the Constitution. Of course, there's recourse. They can escalate it all the way up to the Supreme Court, which is the highest court in the land. But all the courts have the ability to stop the actions of the executive branch if they deem it to be unconstitutional.
That's false.
How is that false?
Because the Constitution doesn't create all those judges, all those courts. Some of those courts are created by Congress. So Congress gives them specific authority.
I'm not saying who did or did not create that. They still fall under the judicial branch.
No, they're called Article 1 judges.
I'm not saying that the actual, like, there hasn't been additional levels of courts that have been created, judges that have been created, but the judges that fall under the preview of the judicial branch, which the escalation goes up to the Supreme Court, that's the branch that has the authority to make rulings. And that's why you see lower courts actually passing blockages of what the Trump administration was looking to do, and they escalated to the Supreme Court. Sometimes the Supreme Court rules in their favor, sometimes they don't. But that's why the Trump administration has to escalate. You know that. You're too smart. Like, I've talked to you long enough to know how you're intelligent. So don't be disingenuous with me.
But I'm not being disingenuous. What I'm saying is that the president's primary responsibility to do is to protect American citizens and our interests. So a court who is elected locally within a certain district in California, Oregon, Massachusetts, Louisiana, wherever you want to say the court is, they don't have authority over the president who we all elected with over 70 million votes to usurp his power. That's not what the Constitution says. And that's why black
actually
Americans
looking
don't get
at
what we
the
did,
information that comes directly from federaljudicialcenter.gov. Federal district courts can block executive order, but their power to halt them nationwide is strictly limited. Judges may only block enforcements of an order for a specific plaintiff who filed a lawsuit following the Supreme Court ruling that struck down the use of universal or nationwide injunctions. So prior to, I think it was like the middle of last year, they could strike down anything that was done for the entire country. But since the Supreme Court made that ruling, they still have the ability to actually stop it, but it's more limited as far as who it applies to. So you're wrong. Hey, thank you for the DJ.
No, that's literally my argument.
That's not your argument.
Yes, it was. I said they go to districts in California, Massachusetts, South. That's where their jurisdiction lies, not over the president. So that's the whole thing with these immigration. The president's sole responsibility is to protect us. He's the commander in chief. He protects the borders. That's why when Texas tried to install barbed wire along the border, then what happened? They couldn't do. The Supreme Court ruled that they couldn't do it because the president, the executive branch, the Congress, they determine who comes into this country. They determine immigration policy.
No. That's because the Biden administration ordered them to take it down, and they end up having to take it to court to get them to take it down because it was literally unhumane and it was killing people. They didn't say, oh, they have the authority. They ruled off the inhumanity of the actual barbed wire. That's why they let them. That's why they let them keep other things in place, but they made them take down the barbed wire.
How is it inhumane when there's barbed wire around prisons?
Because they were putting barbed wire. They were putting barbed wire in the water in areas that they were putting barbed wire in the water in certain areas that people weren't aware, and so people were actually dying because they didn't have visibility and they couldn't see it.
Don't go in the water.
See, now you're trying to look for justification. I don't really care about your justification. I'm just telling you what the reasoning was and what was declared. Like, you can agree or disagree.
The reasoning was that Texas doesn't have authority.
I'm sorry?
It wasn't about humanitarian reasons. It's because Texas,
that's what the courts
as an individual state, doesn't have authority over federal immigration.
Like literally, the courts ruled it was inhumane. That again, that's why they let them keep other forms of enforcement, but specifically they had to take the barbed wire down.
I just provided a perfect example about barbed wire. It's around prisons. So
I don't care about your example. I'm telling you what the
inhumanity.
actual ruling said. Why do you think I need an example to go against the ruling from the court?
That's not what the ruling. Who ruled it?
Got it.
What did they say specifically?
Give me a second. I got it. It was a Supreme Court ruling, a 5-4 decision, and said that they had to cut or remove the razor wire they installed along the Texas border, particularly in medical emergencies that were causing medical emergencies and processes to immigrants. Let me pull up the specific ruling and what they said here. Greg Abbott, signed law enforcement border, razor wire, fifth court, increased emergency, Where's the actual written dissent? I know they wrote one, right? They had to write a dissent, or not a dissent, but they had to write a decision, right? Where's the decision? I know they cut it. Let's see if I can, National Conference of State, no. Oh, hold on. Let's go to SCOTUS. And they talk about the deaths that occurred. Clarence Thomas, Alito.
Well, I got a Google. Excuse me. I got a Google AI overview that says in January 2024.
I don't care about a Google AI overview. Like, I'm not looking at that.
Well, this is from SCOTUS blog.
Ruling. I'm on SCOTUS blog right now. Perfect. Tell me where, because that's literally what I'm looking at. Tell me what they say in SCOTUS blog, because I'm looking for it here as far as their direct decision. And the only thing that I see them talking about is the actual deaths, and then other things that I can't say on TikTok Live as far as the drugs that were coming in. Yeah. What are you seeing?
So that's what I'm saying. The AI overview is from SCOTUS blog.
I'm literally on SCOTUS blog. Like, right, hold on. I got you. Look at this. I'm literally here. I'm looking for the specific wording. I don't care about your AI overview. I'm saying here they're talking about it, but they talk about the actual deaths that were caused, and they talked about the actual necessity to cut it. But it doesn't say. I'm looking for the specific ruling. Go ahead and read what you got.
Yes, so it says in January 2024, the Supreme Court ruled 5-4 in favor of the Biden administration, allowing federal border patrol agents to cut or move concertina razor wire installed by Texas along the U.S.-Mexico border. The wire was placed by Texas to deter migrants, but federal officials argued it obstructed their ability to process entries and assist individuals in medical distress. Yes, so it obstructed their ability to process entries, meaning that it interfered with their federal authority to enforce immigration law. So that's what they argued about.
Yeah, I'm telling you I didn't say what they argued. I'm telling you that the decision was that it was cruelty, because the reason why they had to remove the razor wire is because it was literally killing people. I'm not saying that they didn't base the argument off of, but I'm saying the ruling, the reason why other things were able to stay in place and the razor wire was not, because it was cruel and it was killing people. That's the whole point that I'm making.
It doesn't say that anywhere.
It literally, you're looking at the AI overview. Go to the actual SCOTUS blog. It says that in SCOTUS blog. I'm on here. Don't play in my face. That's why you're sitting there reading the AI overview. Fuck the overview. Go into the actual article. It's right there. It's literally in your face. Stop it.
Yeah, it don't say what you say. So even in SCOTUS block, it says DHS countered that the injunction barred CBP agents from doing their jobs of apprehending.
Where are you at?
I'm on justices allow removal of Texas's razor wire on U.S.-Mexico border, and this is from the National Conference of State Legislatures.
Why wouldn't you go to you were just at SCOTUS blog. Why would you leave SCOTUS blog and go to something else?
It's all the same information.
It's not. You wait. So you're gonna read a portion of SCOTUS blog from the AI overview, and then shift from SCOTUS blog to something else because you don't want to read what was actually listed there.
No, they give AI overview. They give 3,
I don't use AI
links.
overview. No, I don't know AI overview because I don't use AI overview. That's not my thing. That's literally your thing.
Okay, so with AI overview, since
I don't care about AI overview. Go to SCOTUS blog. You literally read off SCOTUS blog.
I really want to see the actual case because
that's what I was looking for as well. But you're the one that wanted to like lock in on SCOTUS blog. I was looking for the actual written decision.
But you're making a claim that it was for humanitarian reasons, and nowhere does it say that. Not even what you're reading.
Yeah, it does. In SCOTUS blog, it said that people were dying and they had to cut the actual razor wire. That's why I said go to SCOTUS blog. You playing in my face. Stop it. Take a minute and go look at that. I'm going to thank a couple of people so I don't get too far behind. Like, you're playing in my face. Don't do that. W's in the chat for Trey for the $5 super chat to say, that's how they keep us asleep at the wheel. We feel comfortable enough not to crash out, but not actually in control. Facts. W's in chat for Mr. Flinch for the $2 super chat to say, Dan, you're uneducated as hell. JFC bigot ass. Who is Dan? Oh, yeah, the other fucking guy that was over here on, yeah, fuck him. W's in the chat for Dragon for the $1.99 super chat to say, caller is a discount Brian Donaldson. He is, but, you know, whatever. Let's move back over here. W's in the chat for Tiffany for sending 5 YouTube membership subscriptions. Thank you so much for sending that out, Tiffany. W's in the chat for Kayla for the $10 donation saying, in my mind, white privilege is a more extreme version of quote unquote pretty girl privilege. I'm gender fluid. When I look at a young girl, I'm straight up giving free stuff. But when I look at a guy, more often I've been stopped on. Oh, wait, hold on. You're saying you're gender fluid. And when you look like a girl, you've been given free stuff. But when you look like a guy, you've been stopped on suspicion of theft. Am I getting that right? I don't want to say yes or no. I think that I would rather more so stick to like breaking down white privilege than trying to equate it to something like that. I think that's a little bit out of my wheelhouse. That's why I wouldn't want to give that analogy. I can give a further breakdown, but yeah. W's in chat for Rodrigo for the $5 donation saying, as a Peruvian with white presenting phenotypical characteristics, I may benefit from white privilege, like being less likely to be profiled or pulled over. But once someone sees the name or learns I'm Latino, bias can shift quickly. That's facts, right? That's absolute facts until they actually gain more knowledge, and then they start to cast those additional biases based off of new information presented. W's in chat for Darius for the $5 donation saying, laws aren't right or wrong. Without emotion, laws don't make sense. Emotions are valid. Would he defend slavery if it were legal? I hate it when people learn through the wrong lens of oppression. Yeah, I mean, he's just literally trying to actually vilify people. Like, that's what we're doing. W's in chat for Anthony for the $1 donation saying, this dude loves the taste of leather. He is bootlicking. That's facts. W's in the chat for Jay Hops for the $5 donation saying, getting paid to quote unquote go back home is not a flex. They did not want to leave. The only other opinion was being deported and cruelty. Yeah, you know what's funny? Like we got so far away from the cruelty point and started going down a rabbit hole that I forgot that was like the original thing that we were talking about. He fucking got me. Dub's in the chat for Manders for the one cheer bit to say, damn, mister, I love free shit. Just turned down free shit. Yeah, that's because it's something I got to put on my lips, and I'm, really cautious. I'm a germaphobe before anything. Dub's in the chat for Manders for the one cheer bit to say, outstanding BTA lesson. Kudos, Santana. Dude is an absolute ding dong. That's right. Using that insult. Patty mayonnaise, absolutely. And last but not least, W's in chat for Ron Spice King, who sent a $5 super chat to say thank you for what you do. Sending some bourbon/rice samples today. Yes, fucking W's in the chat for Ron. Guys, if anyone else like to support the live, you could do so. Sorry, Fashid. W's in the chat for Fashid for the $2 super chat to say random question. Are you looking to get GTA 6? Yeah, I actually was thinking about that yesterday that I might get it in streaming and with some gaming. I know I owe Twitch like some gaming streams, so I might get GTA 6 and actually do that. W's in the chat for all the donos, guys. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out, guys. 1.5 thousand people hanging out on TikTok. Keep tapping the screen. Look up at the top. If you see the word follow, you're not following me. We only got 27 new followers on the stream. I know for a fact we got more than 27 people, so guys, please, more than 27 people that have not followed me, hit that follow button, turn on notifications so you know when we go live all the time. Duct tape. We can keep going down this rabbit hole, or we can get back to the actual point of the conversation. I mean, I literally forgot that we were talking about something else and got like super stuck on the minute conversation when it came to Texas. Your call.
Yeah, that's because you said it was because of a humanitarian effort. And I'm saying my argument is these people who come from these foreign nations, they already know the United States of America. They already know Trump. He's not new to them. So just like he isn't new to us. So why come over to the country when you know that the American people want a president who's going to deport you, and then complain that, it's against,
but see, that's the issue. That's not what he's doing. Did you miss the part where I said that he's using ICE to round people up put them in the free slave labor and then send them to concentration camps?
You said who said that?
Did you miss the part where I said that?
Yeah, but that's not true. How is going home a slave camp? That's just disrespectful to Black Americans. That's not
what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about them like going home. You don't know. You don't know. Okay. Which portion do you want to talk about in order about him sending men to free slave labor? Do you want to talk about the concentration camp? What do you want to talk about?
In America. That's what you're talking about. Yeah, that's not happening.
Okay. That's literally what's happening.
No, it's not. We were actually slaves. So I know what a slave is.
Oh, okay.
And our prisoners who are in prison, they are actually slaves to the corporation.
Does slavery still exist?
I just explained.
I didn't hear you. One more time. Does slavery still exist?
I said our prisoners are working under slave labor for these corporations.
Okay, so prisoners are categorized as slave because they do slave labor. Yeah. They're sending undocumented immigrants into prison for longer portions in time, where normally the people being held for deportation would have about a month or so before they are seen and deported and all this other stuff. The Trump administration has been holding people anywhere from 4 to 6 months and making them work in these private prison systems, and then after getting free labor out of them, they've been deporting them, but not deporting them to their place of origin where they would get credit. They're actually sending them places like CCOT. I know you know what CCOT is.
Yeah, but what you're missing out is that their countries of origin are denying them entry. That's why. Yes, it is.
That's literally not true.
But it is true.
That's
so immigration laws say they can be sent to a safe third country, and that's
no. I know the immigration laws, but that's not true. They're not negotiating with these countries, and even there's countries who are demanding that their actual people be sent back to their country. And even at a certain point, they were sending their own planes to pick their people up because the Trump administration was actually being cruel. But they're not even trying to. They're literally working with CCOT in El Salvador and other detention centers, concentration camps across Africa, and sending them there without even trying to send them to their original country.
Yeah, my only disagreement with that is if these people haven't been duly convicted of a crime, they shouldn't be sent to a prison in another country. But other than that, if they have been convicted here, there's nothing in U.S. law that says they have to do their time here. They can go to another country.
Yeah, but again, they're literally sending them to like these places. See, this is the portion, and I'm not even gonna say you don't know, because I feel like I've been talking to you long enough that I know that you know this shit. What's the deal with Core Civic?
Core Civic.
Mm-hmm.
You talking about the technology company?
They do
I don't know what
technology,
you're talking about.
but yeah, Core Civic.
Yeah, I don't have no opinion on that.
No. What role do they play in all of this?
To me, coming from a Black American perspective, I don't believe that we owe immigrants anything.
That's not the question. What role does Core Civic have to play in all of this?
What I'm trying to describe is that we've been dealing with...
No, I'm not talking about your personal feelings or anything like that. The question is super simple. What role does Core Civic have to play in all of this?
You tell me, because I don't think they do.
Core Civic is involved in every portion of the deportation process now. They got government contracts where they actually take over as far as the transportation, with the vehicles being used to round up undocumented immigrants. They have majority stakes in private prison systems. They also purchase planes, and so now they actually do the deportation to the other countries. And also, shocker, surprise, surprise, they actually have controlling interests as well in places like CCOT. So Core Civic actually went on record. Their CEO had a investors meeting and told everyone that they need to be prepared because this is a quote unquote golden age for them. And they're going to be making money hand over fist since they have a hand in every single step of the deportation process with this Trump administration. And now, surprise, surprise, funny thing about Core Civic is they're one of the larger donors to the Trump administration. They donated to the ballroom and other things that including like his transition campaign or whatever. Like they've literally been giving the Trump administration so much money, and they've been rewarded handily with multiple contracts that allows them to control the entire flow of the deportation process.
Yeah, I don't know why y'all liberals do this. Y'all always trying to point to, some boogeyman as if this hasn't been the policy. People act like, with the creation of ICE, that
it hasn't.
There weren't naturalization
Tell me
laws
where was the
before.
process? What I just said, that entire start to finish process. Tell me when anyone else has had that actual type of investment.
Well, y'all talk about the Israeli government and what they got to do with the police force here in America, as if Black Americans haven't been dealing with that our entire existence here.
Yeah, they helped train the police force, but I'm confused. I said, tell me how prior to this, there was any other entity that had a hand in start to finish with deportation like Core Civic currently has.
But that's my point. That's what I'm saying, that this has been the policy. Under Obama, they were being deported.
That's not the policy.
Under Biden, they were being deported.
I'm literally sitting here telling you that was what's happening. The involvement the Core Civic has is not the same involvement that it was under Biden or Obama. They didn't have these contracts. They didn't have the start to finish that they have now. And I'm not even the one saying this. It was literally an investor call, and the CEO from Core Civic is the one that said this.
And so what are you saying? That if it weren't for Core Civic, what would be happening?
I'm saying that this is a profitable thing for Core Civic, which the CEO actually admitted it. And they put in massive amounts of investments into the Trump administration and Trump transition team in order to be able to secure certain contracts that has allowed them to continue to enrich themselves throughout this mass deportation process.
Some people have preferred vendors. How about that? Because Trump was already talking about immigration in his first term. What was Core Civic then?
What does that have to do with anything? I'm so confused. You said some people have preferred vendors.
Yes.
Sure. Hey, would you say Palantir's a preferred vendor?
Yeah, I guess BlackRock, all of that. Yeah,
okay.
All the boogeymen.
You can also talk about the amount of money that, and this isn't a quote unquote boogeyman, the amount of money that Palantir has also donated to the Trump administration and the actual contracts that they've yielded, just like the amount of money that Amazon actually invested and the defense contracts that they've yielded. You can talk about Elon Musk and the amount of money that he spent with as far as helping Trump get elected and the contracts that were rewarded to Tesla and SpaceX. Like literally all of these technocrats have invested in this Trump administration and they've been rewarded like handily with different types of, in different forms. Palantir, while receiving a $10 billion contract from the federal government, paid zero taxes in 2025. Like they paid zero taxes on top of getting a $10 billion contract from the federal government. But that's because, again, donated to the ballroom, donated to the transition team, working hand in hand. Like you can sit here and pretend as if like the technocrats don't have a large stake in this Trump administration, but they've been supporting him in a multitude of ways. And this administration has been rewarding them.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm not understanding, because I'm not doubting that. I mean, that's with every administration. You can say that about your, preferred Biden-Harris administration. They were hand in hand with BlackRock. They were supporting her campaign, all of that. So,
that's an insane claim. I didn't say anything about BlackRock, and you brought up BlackRock. I didn't talk about
technocrats and all of that.
But I was specific when I talked about technocrats. I talked about Palantir. I talked about Amazon. I talked about SpaceX and Tesla. I never brought a quote unquote boogeyman of BlackRock. I'm not saying that.
Yeah, you're saying people with a lot of money.
Yeah, so prove that BlackRock actually supported Kamala Harris.
What do you mean? They donated to her campaign. Okay, give me a second.
W's in the chat for Stephanie for the $5 donation saying there was no full decision. I didn't think there was. Because there was an emergency docket. Yeah, okay, that makes perfect sense. I didn't think that there was a full decision. I was wondering why I couldn't find that full decision. It says here DHS counter that the injunction barriers CBP agent from doing their job or apprehending, inspecting and processing immigrants who have illegally crossed the border to the Federal Immigration and Nationality Act. They argue the CBP agents cut or remove wire to apprehend illegal immigrants who are then sent to another location for processing. If the Supreme Court upheld the appeal court injunction, federal CBP agents would be unable to enforce U.S. immigration law and, quote, guard against risk of injury and death matters, which the federal government, not Texas, is held publicly accountable. Yeah, they literally said that the actual injury and death would be accountable to the federal government. And that was what the Supreme Court in the 5-4 ruling, they stated that. Got it. Dub's in the chat. Thank you so much for that. I think we're all caught up, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out, guys. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Also, guys, can we knock out the donuts? Please, please, please. Please, please, please. Can we knock out the donuts, please? And again, if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. It said Palantir donated more to the Dems than Republicans in 2024. Russian troll. I'm not even gonna take you serious. You the one that said Momo Withers. You're the fucking weirdo that's obsessed with me. Fuck off. I was about to send you an invite, but you can leave. Duct tape. Were you able to find that?
Yeah, I mean, just exactly repeating what I said, that they get, just like the Republicans get money, they get money too.
What's your source?
It's blackrock.com. I mean, Blackstone or whatever it is, blackrock.com.
Blackrock.com. What's the title?
Yeah, BlackRock Political Action Committee disbursements.
BlackRock political action disbursements. Let's see here. Where do you see that? Because I'm on the page. It says about BlackRock. It gives the breakdown. Wait, this says individual site for, maybe this isn't correct because this took me to a high level site. Oh, okay. Wait, hold on. Here, this is what I think you were saying.
Disbursements are made on a bipartisan basis.
Okay, wait.
Tax
I see the January.
January
to December 2022. Where do I find the one for the presidential cycle? Hold on one second. Okay, hold on. Give me a second. 2024. These are like representatives, senators. I see there are super PACs. Show me where they specifically donated to Kamala Harris, because I'm not seeing this. Like I see the actual disbursement as far as BlackRock on the individual level with the House and the Senate, but I don't see like any of the presidential donations. And even it says 1.1 million was contributed to in the 2024 cycle, but they only list the actual House members. This has nothing. This doesn't show anything about the actual presidential cycle. So, like, literally, this doesn't say what you say it says.
That they donate to Democrats and Republicans.
No, you said they donated to Kamala Harris.
And they do.
Okay, where does it say that on it? Like, I'm on the actual thing that you gave me. I'm not saying that what you gave me isn't accurate. I'm saying that it doesn't say. It specifically names out all the actual members of Congress and stuff like that, but it doesn't name the Kamala Harris or even Donald Trump. Like, it doesn't say anything about presidents. This is just the House and the Senate.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't have time to look for it right now, but that was it.
I'm on open source. I'm on open source, and while there are individuals that work within BlackRock that donated to Kamala Harris to a tune of a total $87,182, as far as their super PAC, $0. $0.
They say, according to Open Secrets, the PAC distributed roughly 51% of its funds to Republican aligned and 49% to Democratic.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the specific breakdown. I'm on Open Secret. I said open source, Open Secret, and yeah, I can see the actual disbursements. I can see the totals. But if you go down to Kamala Harris, from individuals that are connected with or work with BlackRock gave her a total of $87,182, but the super PACs, $0. So the super PACs didn't actually, BlackRock as a whole, no. And it says here, note, organization itself did not donate. Rather, money came from organization PACs, their individual members or employees or owners, and individual immediate family members. So you're just wrong. Not only.
No, what were we talking about?
You said that Kamala Harris. I was telling you about like the actual technocrats that have like their tentacles in line with the Trump administration. Specifically, we was talking about Core Civic, and then I gave you more examples around like Amazon and all this other stuff in Palantir, and you was like, "Oh, yeah, BlackRock gave Kamala Harris money."
We were talking about immigration.
You said BlackRock gave Kamala Harris money, And then I said, prove it. And you was like, oh, it's provable. I was like, prove it. And so then you said, go to blackrock.com. And then I looked at the breakdown and it doesn't say anything there. And then I came to Open Secrets. And when I came to Open Secrets, I found that not only are you lying, they specifically name out that they're super PACs, which she got $0 from the super PACs. But then the actual one to say from individuals said they're individual members or employees or owners or individuals' immediate family.
Yeah.
So you're just like all wrong.
No, we were talking about these technocrats and multi-billionaires giving money to campaigns because you were talking about immigration. So you just wanted to distract from the topic to talk about.
I wasn't trying to distract from anything. I made the point that Core Civic had end-to-end connection with Donald Trump and his mass deportation. And then you said that, oh, this is something that's always happened. I talked about the specific connection with the Trump administration where the technocrats have been putting so much into Donald Trump and his administration, and it's yielded massive results, including contracts. And that's when you tried to actually abscond from, you tried to deflect and get to the point that, oh, Kamala Harris took money as well and all this other bullshit. Like, concede, Donald Trump has a one-to-one direct connection with these technocrats that Kamala Harris didn't have, and they're making money off of it. Concede.
But I'm saying both of them do that. I'm already conceding. I already know that they give, these rich people give presidential campaigns money. But I'm saying that immigration is not.
I'm not talking about presidential campaigns either. I'm talking about the direct one-to-one correlation and the deep investments that are currently happening with Donald Trump and these technocrats.
Yes. So immigration was a thing before Donald Trump. So deportation was a thing before Donald Trump.
Yes, it was. And that's why I said, give me any other example.
Naturalization law.
I said, give me any other example of someone having end-to-end connection like a Core Civic currently has with the Trump administration.
Yeah, but you have no point in saying that. Like, what's your actual point in saying that? Like, people are still going to be deported, whether it's
people that are donating to Donald Trump and giving him money. He's literally giving them government contracts. This is pay to play. And this is literally another one of the businesses. And so they're manufacturing this to milk money out of every portion. That's why they're not sending them to their home countries, yet they're sending them to torture camps where they still have investments and they can continue to make money off of the people.
When Obama deported people, where did he send them?
Depends on where they came from. There was never an actual Supreme Court ruling saying that Obama had illegally deported someone to a torture camp and they had to bring them back. There was a 9-0 decision that Donald Trump did.
Because Republicans didn't care. They didn't care that where they were being deported. It's only this because liberals are doing this. So you didn't care when Obama was doing it.
Is Clarence Thomas a liberal?
No, he's not.
Okay, because Clarence Thomas was one of the 9 Supreme Court justices that cared enough to rule against Donald Trump. So you can sit here and pretend that, oh, it's only the liberals, where the conservative Supreme Court justice, where they have a 6-3 majority, everybody said, Trump, you can't do that shit.
Can't do what?
Deport them to the fucking concentration camp because he violated the actual rights of Kilmar Alberto Garcia.
No, oh my God. See, this is why our people need help, man. The issue with that case is you can't send someone to a jail who hasn't been duly convicted of a crime. That's literally what I started off saying.
That's not
the same thing. That's not your same argument with Fort Lauderdale.
That's not what the issue was. The issue is that Donald Trump tried to actually execute a removal order for a place that he was not supposed to send Kilmar Albergo Garcia to. He specifically,
which was back home.
Yes, Donald Trump made that. They specifically made that decision to send them to CCOT because he wanted to punish him. And so the Supreme Court said, you can't do that. You can't send him there. And then when he came back, they tried to send him to another place. And then that's when they stepped in and said, oh, you have to give him his due process before you deport him again. And that's when everything else happened, including everything being dismissed and the fact that he's free right now. He's literally free right now.
Which is a scam. He should be at least in Costa Rica.
I literally don't care about your fifis. You're talking about fifis.
Well, it's not about my senator in Maryland actually flew to El Salvador. So instead of flying to Baltimore, PG County, where, Montgomery County, somewhere over here in the actual state, you fly over to El Salvador, have a margarita with the guy, instead of actually worry about your constituents.
He was a citizen of Maryland.
That's what we're dealing with.
He was a citizen. He was one of the constituents. That's why he flew there. Don't be disingenuous.
He was not a constituent. If you can't vote, you're not a constituent.
Was he not authorized to be in the United States in that area?
No, he had removal orders. He had more removal orders. The issue was that they just couldn't ship him to El Salvador. So I don't know why the Trump administration just didn't send him to Costa Rica.
They granted him an actual stay, and so he was in the country legally.
No, he had deportation proceedings, removal proceedings. They were granted that. He just couldn't be sent back to El Salvador. And so the senator
No, stop for a second. No, in 2019 there was a actual hearing that he received an actual hold on his removal status. It shielded him from being deported to El Salvador due to additional gains. So in 2019,
correct,
he actually got the protection, so he did not have to be removed.
No, it said he did not have to be removed to El Salvador. That matters. But he could have been removed to anywhere else.
No, I'm telling you, prior to the actual ruling, he could have.
Read it again.
And then even there was a case where they brought in 2022 where they tried to say that he was trafficking and smuggling. Like literally,
yeah, but that's
it
something
says
totally
that.
different.
I'm looking at the CASA of Maryland, and they're talking about the history and all of his actual. Listen. Despite a 2019 court order. I'm sorry. Hold on. This is the last chapter of a 9-month saga that began with ICE unlawfully deporting Kilmar to El Salvador's notorious CCOT mega prison in March, despite a 2019 court order barring his deportation. Like it's like literally they have the actual history.
No, it's not barring his deportation. It's barring his deportation.
That's what the CASA of Maryland said.
You just read it.
I'm reading. I just read off the okay, you know what? That's fine. Hold on. Let's go to the actual court hearing. Let me find the court hearing.
Yeah.
Because like literally the information from Maryland where you said you're a citizen, they're the ones saying that.
You just read it. And you're going against all logic just to
I literally read it off of the CASA.
The CASA decision. Oh, that's just a liberal organization. That's not actual law. It was Trump v. CASA. You remember that court case? No. So it says the 2019 order for Kilmar Abrego Garcia was an immigration judge's decision granting him statutory withholding of removal. Issued on October 10, 2019 by an immigration court in Baltimore.
Wait. Where are you reading from?
I'm reading from AI overview for the Center for Immigration Services.
No. Stop going to AI overview. Give me a specific source. Why? What's the issue with AI overview?
It provides the Center for Immigration
What's the
Services.
issue with AI overview? How does AI overview create their overview?
Based on what people input into it, like, and what they search for.
Kind of as well, but no, the issue with AI overview, and this is why I keep saying, why not go directly to the source that it's listing? AI overview is a synopsis based off of the most popular postings. They don't do critical fact checking. They actually go to the ones where people have visited the most, that have some sense of credibility, and then they create something based off of all the things. If you take a look at like AI overview, one of the first things listed is fucking Wikipedia. Do you know what the issue is with Wikipedia?
Yes.
Okay, so stop reading AI overview and go to the actual proceed. That's why I said, let me see if I can find the entire case. Then you want to read me AI overview? Come on, that's disingenuous as fuck.
We short on time. I don't got time to be going up and down entire.
Okay, then concede, because like that's disingenuous as all get out.
It's not. I don't need to concede when I know you're wrong, because I've already read it
prove
before.
it. I'm telling you, I literally read it as well. If I'm wrong, then prove it.
You read what I said, that the immigration removal order was specifically for El Salvador. It didn't say that
it said that the stay in 2019 said that he could not be deported.
To where?
It just said it couldn't be deported. That's why I said, let's look at the actual. It literally said that. I read it. You're fucking lying. Stop it.
You know you just read El Salvador in that statement.
I'm telling you the overview, and then we went into the action. That's why I said I went to CSAS of Maryland. You said, "Oh, that's a liberal site."
It is.
Exactly. Let's go to this 2019 case. Where is that? CSI.org. Where the fuck is it? That's not what we're looking for.
And I don't understand how y'all work against American citizens' interests by just like y'all defend them tooth and nail.
Donald Trump is working against American citizens' interests. Donald Trump has made literally everything worse since he's taken power. The economy is worse. The job market is worse. The living conditions are worse. Like literally, Donald Trump just passed legislation, but remove regulation that stops different forms of pollution. Like you're sitting here and pretending as if we're the ones that's working against American interests when Donald Trump, listen, guys, you guys might not have seen this. Donald Trump, the Trump administration has removed a federal protection for the habitat of the endangered whooping crane. There's only 500 whooping cranes left. Donald Trump is going to allow their habitat to be destroyed. Do you know what forever plastics are, or forever, God damn it, what is it called? Chemicals, forever chemicals. Do you know what those are?
You asking me?
Mm-hmm.
Forever chemicals, no.
Mm-hmm. It's certain chemicals that are directly linked to a multitude of medical issues, including kidney failure, cancer, testicular cancer, like a multitude of things. And there were actual regulations put on as far as companies and their usage of it and their disposal of it. The Trump administration rolled back all of those regulations, allowing those companies to use those and improperly dump those, which is going to cause more people to die. Like literally, you say that we're working against the American people when Donald Trump is actively killing American people. Hey, Donald Trump's trying to kill his voter base.
That's just not true. You're just saying
I can prove it. I can prove it.
You can't.
And specifically, Donald Trump's trying to kill white people. I can prove it.
This is just hyperbole, but I'm not here to defend Donald Trump. This is hyperbole. I'm not here to defend Donald Trump. I'm here to defend good policy.
Would you like me to prove that Donald Trump is trying to kill white people?
Go ahead.
Perfect. You know what the One Big Beautiful Bill is, right?
Yep.
Okay. Donald Trump passed the One Big Beautiful Bill. Now, the interesting thing about the passing of the One Big Beautiful Bill is that it directly kicked 17 million Americans off of healthcare coverage while raising the premium of other Americans as well, right? You know about that, right?
Yeah, but okay, I don't agree, but go ahead.
Perfect. Now, it also had another factor by eliminating Medicaid and Medicare subsidies to rural hospitals. Now, we can agree that Donald Trump won red states, and red states have a majority of rural area where Donald Trump tends to win rural areas. We can agree on that, right?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Now, we can also agree that white people are the majority race within the country, correct?
Yes.
So the majority of voters that voted for Donald Trump, because white men specifically showed up and voted for Donald Trump at the highest clip, higher than any other president in United States history. But the majority of Donald Trump's voter base is made up of white people. We can agree on that, right?
White women too. You always like to leave that out.
I'm not saying, I said people. I'm not saying men or women. I'm just saying people. We can agree on that, right?
Correct.
And white people actually make up the majority of not only Donald Trump's voter base, but also make up the majority of the rural voters in those red areas, right?
The majority, in some cases, because you still got the black belt.
Oh, I'm not saying there aren't black people that live in those areas. I'm saying white people make up the majority.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. So Donald Trump actually passed the One Big Beautiful Bill that kicked 17 million Americans off of their healthcare coverage. Now, the funny part about that is they also cut the subsidies, which the subsidies is going to lead to a closing of 466 rural hospitals. Now, interesting thing about the closing of those 466 rural hospitals is that they service 6.6 million Americans. Hey, how many votes did Donald Trump win the election by?
I think a couple million.
About 2 million. We can agree it's approximately 2 million, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so 6.6 million people are going to be affected by the actual canceling of those Medicaid and Medicare subsidies from the One Big Beautiful Bill that's going to close down at 466 healthcare the hospitals. Now, the interesting thing about that as well is it's going to eliminate 275,000 jobs. So the actual One Big Beautiful Bill restricting access 17 million Americans, closing down 466 rural hospitals, is going to impact 6.6 million rural patients and 275,000 employees. Now, the funny thing about that is, do you know what's the only race in the United States of America that has a declining birth rate over the last 30 years?
You're going to say white. Go ahead.
Yes, white people. White people are the only population that has a declining birth rate. That's why the country has a declining birth rate, because white people are the majority and their birth rate is declining, while other races' birth rates are increasing. Now, the funny thing about
their immigration is increasing too, but go ahead.
Well, biracial people is the fastest growing demographic within our country. I digress. The fact that the birth rate is declining for white people means that the average age for white people is getting older. Now, question for you. When people get older, they tend to have more medical needs. Agree?
Yep.
Now, what happens if you remove the actual hospitals in rural areas from those older white people?
They go to a different hospital.
Yes, they do. They absolutely do. So when you remove those hospitals in those rural areas where people can access within a 30-minute time frame, and it adds it now from being within a 30-minute time frame to like an hour and a half time frame, well, that actually delays the access for people to be able to seek a treatment, be able to actually go and emergency needs. And so once you have older people who have gotten less treatments and less access to healthcare because of the one being kicked off of medical access, two having to travel further, and now three, if they have an emergency, they're more likely to die than to actually be saved. Donald Trump passing of the one big beautiful bill that kicked 17 million Americans off their health care, which cut access to 6.6 million rural voters that actually service with 466 hospitals and is canceling out now 275,000 jobs. And now it is directly impacting an aging white population and will force them to travel longer. It is a direct connection to killing them. Donald Trump is trying to kill white people, his voter base. Donald Trump is trying to kill the white people that voted for him.
That's a long ending around.
That's not ending around. That's actually breaking it down step by step and letting you know why it's happening. Refute anything that I said.
Well, this whole idea that the insurance subsidies is somehow like preventing them from getting insurance subsidies is somehow good for the American people.
What does that have to do with the things that I said?
Well, you mentioned subsidies. You mentioned
I mentioned subsidies in the sense that I didn't mention the subsidies. I said it kicked them 17 million Americans off of healthcare. Like, I'm not debating whether it's good or not. I'm just telling you that's a fact. So I didn't say whether it was good or bad. I'm just telling you it happened.
Well, you're saying
address
all
what I
these
said.
things are bad, and that's why they're getting. That's why they are unaliving or whatever.
What did I say?
So. You're saying that all three of those things are bad.
When I didn't say anything about good or bad. You're literally trying to say, you're not even trying to straw man my argument. You're trying to
be killed. Is it not bad?
Oh, bad for who? I think bad is conceptual. I mean, I think that if you're eliminating the amount of people that are willing to vote for fascists, is that a bad thing?
A fascist is importing people who are going to vote for you.
Answer directly attack the thing that I said. You said that I took a in around and all this other shit. Directly attack what I said.
That's what I'm doing, but you're
not. You're talking about subsidies. I didn't say shit about the subsidies. You're saying that, I said it was bad. I didn't say anything about good or bad. I gave you the facts. I made the connection, and I told you this is how Donald Trump is trying to kill white people.
And you're saying that trying to kill white people isn't bad.
I'm trying to say that Donald Trump is trying to kill white people. I didn't say good nor bad. Now you attack what I said.
Why would you try to kill your base? I mean, that's just a simple question.
I have no idea why he tried to do it, but that's what's happening.
No, that's because you.
Okay, so if you say no, then tell me where I'm wrong. Tell me where the actual flaw in the logic, and talk about the logic, not your fifis. Don't talk about things. Talk about things that you can prove.
Well, one, I'm not here to defend Trump, but when you everything has to deal with this one guy, then you make me have to defend him.
I don't care about you're crying now. Because you don't attack the statements that I made and tell me what I said.
You don't hold your own representatives accountable.
Attack the statement that I made and tell me what I said was false. Tell me which portion of what I said was false.
You said that 17 million people were kicked off in rural areas.
No.
Well, you said 6.6 million.
No. I said no. I said 17 million Americans were kicked off of their healthcare coverage due to the passing of the One Big Beautiful Bill. That's a fact. That can be quantified. I'm not guessing. That wasn't an estimate. That's the actual number. And now I said that there's 466 rural hospitals that are going to lose funding and close by the end of 2026. Which those 466 hospitals service 6.6 million Americans.
And why are they going to close because of the Big Beautiful Bill?
I just told you, because they're cutting funding for the Medicaid and Medicare. They can't afford it to stay open since the actual funding was cut in the One Big Beautiful Bill.
Okay. And your last point?
Donald Trump is killing white people.
Yeah. So... No. One, what about the states themselves?
What does that have to do with the point that I made?
Do they not bear any responsibility on their constituents' health?
I'm so confused because wait, no. Because I said, tell me what was wrong with the statement that I made, and you are literally talking about
because it's not the federal government's responsibility.
I didn't say anything about. Saying. I'm literally not talking about responsibility. I'm just telling you what happened. I'm telling you what happened. Tell me what's wrong with the statements that I made.
I'm telling you, it's not the federal government's responsibility to take care of everybody. When did I say that it was or was not? State when it comes to Medicare and Medicaid, the states have Medicaid.
When did I say that it was or was not? Can you please answer that question?
You've been going on a diatribe.
When did I say that it was or was not their responsibility?
You're saying because he did this, that this is why it's happening. Yeah. And I'm telling you that it's not the president, it's not the federal government's sole responsibility to make sure all of the constituents
you're insinuating something that I never said.
Have Medicare or Medicaid.
You're literally
there's private industry, there's state government,
you're literally insinuating something that I did not say. I did not say that. I'm not saying that that's their responsibility. I'm just laying out the facts. Tell me what factual thing I said that was wrong.
And I'm telling you, it's not Trump's responsibility. So if you're going to blame him, he's supposed to be the sole one responsible for it, right?
Did I say that it was his responsibility?
You said he's causing it.
Did I say that it was his responsibility? Yes or no?
Yes.
You're fucking lying. You're fucking lying.
What are you saying?
I told you exactly what I was saying. I never once said it was or was not the federal government's responsibility to take care of people. I didn't say that. I told you the actual facts around the ramification of Donald Trump cutting access with the One Big Beautiful Bill. I made a direct through line talking about the actual people losing access, to the point of hospitals closing down, to the declining birth rate, to the increased age, and to the repercussions of having lack of access to medical facilities in rural areas. All of those were factual. You even agreed. You know what's funny? The reason why I kept getting your buy-in throughout the entire thing, which you agreed the entire portion until I made that last conclusion. Now tell me what I said that was not factual, because you agreed every step of the way.
Well, I agree with certain things. When you ask me, do I agree?
Tell me what factual thing that I said was wrong.
Are white people the majority in the United States? Do white people live in who voted for him?
Tell me what factual thing that I said was wrong.
I'm literally telling you that, but you refuse to accept the answer.
Okay, what factual thing did I say was wrong?
You're saying just because Trump passed the One Big Beautiful Bill, that because of the funding that has been cut to Medicare and Medicaid, that's defunding the hospitals, causing them to close, and you're saying that because of that, white people are going to die.
Yeah,
because somehow he calls them to be older in population. He calls them to not.
I didn't say that he calls them. I didn't say that. Now you wait. Now you're actually trying to.
But there are multiple factors. That's what I'm trying to prove.
Wait. I didn't say anything about him causing their lowering birth rate or their aging rate. I just stated those are facts. The only direct thing that Donald Trump did was the passing of the One Big Beautiful Bill. These are all direct ramifications of passing the One Big Beautiful Bill.
The birth rates in decline, that's a ramification, because that's something that you mentioned.
That's just a fact. I told you that was just a fact.
Exactly. So because it's just a fact, the One Big Beautiful Bill don't have it.
That's disingenuous as fuck. W's in the chat for Daniela, who sent a $2 super chat. Say huge W for destroying that ding dong who tried to come for Vice President Harris in the U.S. history. Kamala Devi Harris, keep up the great work, friend. Absolutely. W's in the chat for Daniela. Thank you so much. Hey guys, we got another. I've been yelling at people a little bit too much. We got a bully in. I'm gonna hit a quick restart here on TikTok. Can you guys come right back, please? Can you guys come right back? We're just gonna hit a quick restart on TikTok because we got a bully in, and I don't want to jeopardize the actual account. So we're going to hit a restart really, really quickly. And then we'll be right back, okay? Okay? I love you guys. I love you. Bye. And actually, guys, what I'm going to do is not only am I going to restart here, or I'm going to restart for them, right? But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go use the bathroom. I'm going to take the opportunity to go potty. So you guys, you know, you're here, right? And they're going to show up and I'm not going to be here. And so when I show up and when they show up and I'm not here, you guys make sure they behave themselves, okay? Because I got a potty. Second here. All right. That way we can keep going. Because if I don't go potty, then we're going to have to actually depend on getting someone up or cut it short or something, you know? Let's do the heart puffs. Yeah, I got a potty. Happy. I gotta pay. Shout out to Forrest Gump. And then I'm gonna get this moving over here.
Yeah, funny how it changed now. Same people that laughed at clips, studying the clips now. Everybody got opinions till the facts land. Everybody loud till they gotta take a stand. Every stream feel like somebody betting they pride. I seen fake scholars fold in real time. Now they screenshot takes, run around and remix it, and pull up thinking somehow they can fix it. Nah, you stepped in the wrong room, donut. This ain't rage bait, this pressure. Patriarchy, race, class, labor, healthcare. I don't do surface level, I peel layers. And every time they think they got me cornered, numbers go higher. Chat flyer, mods working, crowd waiting. Somebody finna get cooked tonight. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah. You talk big till the facts come out. Slap nuts, sit down. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah. Got the whole chat screaming.
Hey guys, screenshot lesson. Your daily heart. I'm gonna go use the bathroom really quickly so we can get back to it. I'm gonna reset the gift goal. Enjoy the song. I'll be right back.
So pipe down. Yeah, you might drown. You don't want war with the king right now. I don't debate for applause, I debate for the record. Every false claim get dissected and severed. You rehearsed outrage, I studied the structure. Difference between noise and somebody with substance. You quote tweets, I quote policy. You want moments, I want honesty. You want ego boost and virality. I want mutual aid and stronger communities. That's the difference between you and me. See the problem? Different type timing. You came for clips, I came for alignment. Capital this, socialism that. Half these dudes can't define what they yelling in caps. Talking about free market while wages collapse. I watch your pivot arrive, I make it visible live. But this ain't never gonna be a place where evidence dies. You came all the way to be Santana for internet rap, while the whole chat waiting to see who got checked. Next, welcome to the ring now. Yeah. You talk big till the facts come out. Slap nuts, sit down. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah. Got the whole chat screaming when the logic break down. Yeah. Welcome to the ring now. You ain't built for this smoke. Y'all slap nuts ain't got milk for these oats. Donuts, so pipe down. Pipe down. You might drown. You don't want war with the king right now. Yeah. Welcome to Sparring with Santana. Bring your sources or bring excuses, whatever. Doesn't really matter either way. You're about to get cooked. You should know who I am by now. What?
Your boy got great timing. Your boy got great timing. Great timing. Guys, welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. This is Sparring with Santana. One-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are friendly, do all the wonderful things, right? Tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. Is only one coin that will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. If you would like to support the live, then you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. J Hops, I didn't see this earlier. W's in the chat for J Hops for the 5. Said Texas v DHS. Texas ways right. I didn't see that. Thank you, J Hops. But J Hops also sent another 5 and said, didn't he say the president's main job was to make sure that American citizens were safe? Wouldn't that include not kicking them out? Facts off of healthcare. W's in the chat for Rainy for the Corgi. Also W's in the chat as well for Jamie for the $15 donation. I got older family in rural areas. Fortunately, they're not Trumpers, and I disown. Fortunately, they're not Trumpers, or I disown them. W's in the chat for holy shit. You sent 6 corgis, Rainy. What's happening, Rainy? Hey, W's in the chat for Rainy. And now I'm worried about their health, and I just don't understand Trump doing this. I believe you. I just wish we knew why. Okay, if I'm gonna be honest, guys, if I'm gonna be honest, when we think about why the Trump administration is doing certain things, a lot of people look at it through a couple of different lenses, right? A lot of people say, well, they're just like racist, xenophobic, da. Well, like they're doing things to hurt white people as well. So it can't just be, that they want, something that's based off of just white people, because they're actively hurting white people. And you can't say, oh, well, it's about capitalism. They just want to make money. Well, they're actually doing things that harm the ability to make money and improve the stock market. You can't just say, oh, well, they're just all idiots, because there are some highly intelligent people that are part of the Trump administration. So for those people who wonder why they do the things that they do, this is the lens that I look through all of this with. This is the only justification that I have. The only reason I can say they do what they do, it's literally because of cruelty. It's literally because of cruelty. That's the only thing that makes sense. Hey, W's in the chat for not Karen for the Leo. W's in the chat. Thank you so much for that. That was fucking awesome. W's in the chat. Thank you so much. Legitimately, that's the only thing that makes sense. Anything outside of like just flat out cruelty, and none of it makes sense. So I don't know. Anyway, guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. W's in chat for Margaret for the $10 super chat to say, you were not bullying, dude. Dude did not understand ramifications. Yeah, TikTok has been super sensitive. Like, I didn't think I was, but they're being sensitive. W's in chat for your toxicity for using their 4-month YouTube subscription. Say, how many months has Trump held the government hostage to get the SAVE Act passed? Facts. And he's even holding the affordability legislation that was passed bipartisanly hostage because he wants the SAVE Act passed. It's mind-boggling. W's in the chat as well for, let's see here, Steve for the one share bit that said, listen, I have OCD and I'm obsessed with chapstick. All chapstick brands, all random flavors. But if that's not what you want, I thought it was like some type of homemade chapstick. Yeah, Steve, I thought it was like a homemade chapstick. I'm not gonna hold you. Yeah, if you got like some type of brand or whatever, send it to me. Hit the PO box. It's in the link tree in the bio. The PO box is in the link tree in the bio. Send me an email and I'll send it to you. W's in chat, guys. If anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 100,000 likes immediately. We were doing so well. We were rocking and rolling, but it's on me. It's on me. Like the guy that came in was like, oh, Kamala Harris is a ding dong. And then I crashed out. Like, fuck that guy. All right. Hey, chat. Fuck that guy. Right? Yeah. If you're over on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, Instagram, and you want to debate me, guess what? You can. All you have to do is click that link that's pinned in the message. You don't have to leave your safe space. You can literally debate me from where you are. Guys, America has declined. America has declined, and the reason why it's declined is for a multitude of reasons. First and foremost, Republicans, they are literally the party of destruction. The Republican Party has absolutely damage any of the structures of what we quote unquote supposed to be as a country, right? Like, that's just factual. Now, there's no one that actually disagrees that that's the one thing that people have not debated me on. Like, they just accept that the Republican Party is the party of destruction. Now, they have issues when I say capitalism is a failure. They literally have a problem when I tell them capitalism is a failure. But now, see, capitalism is a failure, and we absolutely need to shift towards socialism. But the reason why they don't want to abandon capitalism is because they all think they're one lotto scratch away from being a billionaire. They all think they're one lotto scratcher away from being a billionaire. When Kamala Harris was AG, she closed down Apple Valley Hospital Rehab because of lobbyists not caring about people. Thanks, I don't care because Kamala Harris is not in power. I'm confused as far as what point they had. Like, that made no points. If you want to defend Trump, then come up here and talk about it. But I don't give a shit about you talking about Kamala Harris because Kamala Harris is not in power. Like, that's the funniest shit, right? People love yip yapping about Kamala Harris, but they don't have power. Thanks.
Hello?
You were trying to defend Donald Trump by Kamala Harris shutting down.
No. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I was not trying to defend Donald Trump. It was a question I was asking because my family supports him.
Oh.
And it's regarding their support.
You got to put a question mark at the end of that, friend.
I tried. There's the cap limit on my words. That's why I had to go back through and start changing and shortening my words. And it looked all janked because I couldn't write it out. Yeah. So I don't support Trump. My family said they refused to vote for Kamala because of this Apple Valley hospital closure. Mm-hmm. Been trying to find a way to talk them out of that because I don't want any more Trump. So that was my question.
I mean, you know what's funny though? Like, the simple fact of the matter is that it's not really, like, that's not a problem for them, honestly. Like, that's not an actual deal breaker. That's just an excuse. Yeah. And if I'm going to keep it funky, like, I can look into it or we can try to figure it out, but I'm pretty sure it's a nothing burger, but it's literally just an excuse. That's why I hate whataboutisms, because
that's why it's just a question.
Yeah, I thought it was a comment. I thought you were standing on big business.
No, God, no. I support you. I think you're fantastic, dude.
I appreciate
honestly,
you. J-Hop
you
said
and everybody on this
they're
app
partnered with Pfizer.
Okay, Pfizer.
Yeah, that's what J-Hop said. I trust J-Hops. So anyway, I'm gonna drop you down. I appreciate it. I apologize. I unmuted you.
Thank you.
Yep. Have a good one.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are a friendly and you would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. It's the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Yeah, like, the biggest thing is the reason why they don't want to actually upend capitalism. And if we're going to be honest, right, I understand why people are so advert to these types of systems, right? A lot of people get really mad when they're like, oh, this doesn't work and we need to do something. And if you don't get on board, you're like an idiot. Like, two things can be true. The thing that I know, while I do make fun of people and say, oh, the reason why they don't want to upend capitalism is because they think they're one lotto ticket away from becoming a billionaire, it's because a lot of people don't understand like what capitalism, communism, socialism, they don't understand those things. And the Red Scare was so effective that it's pushed people away. And so they have no idea what socialism is. And that's the problem. Like, that's literally the problem. Oh, in person didn't make it. And so without an understanding and without a plan, people tend to reject those certain things. Like the Red Scare was hella effective. Oh, my ice melted. Whew. Oh, it's cold. I don't know if this person's gonna load. I don't want to drink this too fast because I could get brain freeze. I can feel it. I literally feel I'm gonna get brain freeze if I keep drinking this too fast. I don't think this person's gonna load. Did you guys know if you get brain freeze, the only thing that you have to do is put your tongue on the top of your roof, the roof of your mouth. You press it against the roof of your mouth, and it'll relieve the brain freeze. Hi, are you a Trump supporter? Disagree with anything on the background?
Why are you LARPing as a Democrat, gang?
Are you a Trump supporter? Disagree with anything on the background?
Well, let me see the background first before or after this.
Also, please don't use AAVE.
What you talking about?
Please do not use AAVE.
What is that?
What you're trying to portray at this moment.
Well, LARP?
No, bro. LARP is a word. The actual dialect that you're trying to colonize.
What are you talking about? Okay, whatever. Capitalism failure. Okay, do you like believe in a true socialist society? Or do you believe in like socialism and capitalism?
I think like communism is the actual perfect society that we should live in, but I think that there's no direct path to communism. I think we have to take steps, including shifting towards a socialist government, which supports like social safety nets and things like that, and then be able to shift to a socialist society, which is different than a socialist government, and then shift to communism as a whole. Even though I'm not a communist, I think that, communism is the ultimate.
Would you agree like with socialism would work with capitalism mixed with it like that? No, like a mixed economy.
I think it'll work for people who are advert to the change. I don't think that's a long-term solution. I think that it'll make people comfortable enough and start to pull them further left.
Would you support like a Chinese, not like a China type of economy, like how China's doing, like a mixed economy with like private sectors, but also they install like socialist views or like the communist system?
If that'll pull us further left, yeah.
Type shit.
Stop using AAVE.
My fault. White privilege. Wait, what does that say in the side? I can't read right there.
White privilege / white supremacy. They're two sides of the same coin, two birds of the same, or two wings of the same bird.
Isn't a white privilege basically just having privilege over like a dominant majority group or something like that?
See, people confuse white privilege. White privilege doesn't like give you guarantees of like good things, right? A lot of people say, well, I don't have white privilege because, you know, I'm poor or I've been to jail or some shit like that. But it's all based off of the ability to move through society without the additional barriers that people have due to their race. It's the conformance of society around whiteness.
I heard like a different argument. Somebody based it off neocolonialism.
Oh, okay.
They based it off like white privilege, like entailing neocolonialism, imperialistic views that has a dominant view on like the less majority group, like BOK and Asians.
No, they were wrong. Who said that?
It was some random TikToker.
Yeah, they were wrong.
Yeah, they couldn't even give me justification for his argument.
No, I mean, like if you're talking about neocolonialism, I think that's more akin to overall like white supremacy, which is still like, it's not completely, but it's definitely not white privilege.
Okay. This is party of destruction.
What are you doing up here? You're actually smart. Why'd you come up here to troll me?
I'm not trolling.
I said, why did you come up to troll me? And you're actually smart.
I don't know. I'm just bored, bro. I just got off work.
Okay, but like, why me?
I don't know. The other person blocked me because she got out. You said what?
I said I appreciate the conversation. You sound, how old are you?
I'm 19. I'm reading up on Kantiism though.
I enjoy smart young people.
Appreciate it. I'm in a Discord server.
I don't like trolls though, but.
Well, I'm not trying to be like rude. I'm not one of those other trolls.
No,
I'm just saying.
I know.
I'm pretty sure I've seen you before. I think I've seen you on Dean's stream before.
Who is Dean?
Dean Withers.
I don't know who that is.
Bro, you're capping. You're capping, gang.
Stop using AAV. I literally told you stop doing that.
My fault. Wait, aren't you? Wait, I seen that hat before in an anime, but it's something different. That's totally different. I knew it, but I'm studying on like philosophy and all that, like Kantianism, all that.
Don't turn into a philosophy, bro.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm just studying it just for like the fuck of it.
That's why not? Good. Have you? I finished a couple of weeks ago the Socratic Method, the Philosopher Handbook. I think that's like a really good start.
Type shit.
I've also
I'm learning on right now. I'm getting taught about Bayesian probability. I'm getting taught about a lot of stuff right now.
You should also read law.
Law.
Yeah.
Like LAW,
like actual law.
Oh, type shit.
Stop doing. I'm gonna kick you if you do that again. Stop it.
Okay, my fault. No, but I'm being dead serious. I got off work though. Now.
I mean, that's fine.
I'm tired. But I have not slept at all. So like I'm just tired and I'm just bored.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you debate or do you just troll?
No, I debate. I debate about like abortion, God, all that.
How do you debate about abortion?
I'm pro-choice. So.
Oh yeah, but still, like, have you ever heard my abortion debate?
No, I never heard of it.
I advocate for mandatory vasectomies for men. Listen, but it gives such a logical contradiction that's like an extreme parallel, because most people say they want like mandatory abortion bans or whatever. And so I give the other end of the spectrum, which forces them to either acknowledge that it's only about controlling women or that's too extreme. And I'm like, okay, if it's too extreme, then how about you just let people do what
do they even give motivation for their arguments or like their justification for
it's
their
all
arguments?
fifis. And then they try to like justify it through religious context, and they don't even know the Bible.
That's just jargon. That's nothing. I don't know why they bring religion into that. That's just like totally different.
It's the weirdest shit, but like they don't base it in anything. It's just that they want to control women. Or there's this Sky Daddy.
Yeah, no, I've heard I'm pretty sure I've heard Dean's argument, Parker's. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, now I heard yours. Don't you have a Discord server? Well, do you have a Discord server by any chance?
I do.
You do? You have like people in there debating?
We mostly talk about, is a hot dog a sandwich?
I debated about pineapple. I debated about pineapple being on pizza. Somebody said that.
Fucking based.
What, you believe in pineapple on pizza?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Oh no.
Bro, the pizza is the perfect food. Anything goes on pizza. Like, I'm dead ass serious when I say this. There's no such thing as bad pizza.
Even blue cheese, bro? Come on.
Listen, okay. You're 19. I'm going to tell you this. When I was a young boy, I thought blue cheese was gross. Growing up is realizing blue cheese is superior than ranch.
I can see where it goes.
I was just about to say, you might not see it now, but I'm telling you, when you get older, you're going to, oh shit, that's
I would say blue cheese and celery.
No, blue cheese and hot wings?
Hot wings? I just had barbecue, bro.
Yeah.
Now you're making me want to go get barbecue again. I just spent $19 on barbecue. I got smoked chicken. Oh, yeah. It was an authentic. It was a veteran.
Wait, do you live in like the South or anything?
Yeah, I'm in Florida. I'm in Jacksonville.
Okay.
I'm in Jacksonville, bro.
Really? I'm from South Carolina.
What part?
I'm from the upstate, but I lived in Columbia for like 17 years before I moved.
I got family in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Really?
There's a lot of good barbecue over there too. But
But you know what the best barbecue is? Have you ever been to Texas?
Yes, I certainly have. I got family in Texas, San Antonio. My aunt's in the military.
Texas, like their beef ribs. Oof.
I'm trying to convince my dad to not support Trump, bro. And I'm like, I've tried to get him to debate people, but he's like insisting not to.
What's his view?
he believes Trump is better. Like, he believes Trump, like, can secure the border. I told him multiple times, like, it's not true. He hasn't even built the wall. I've insisted to him, like, look into, like, more, like, arguments for why Trump's terrible entirely. I just told him, like, it's not good. I don't know why you'd support him.
You know what you should position? My debate is mass amnesty instead of mass deportation.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've heard people's arguments about mass amnesty. I'm starting to get into more political debates, though. I'm starting to read up on it.
Listen, you cover this with them. Like, mass amnesty is more effective, efficient. It's less costly. We're spending $88 billion a year for mass deportation. Mass amnesty will give us the ability to identify everyone in the country. They come forward and they actually, oh God. And do you know Isaiah?
Isaiah sounds familiar. Nah.
Hold on one second, because I need to get his.
I've seen a video. I know who you are because I've seen a video. You were on Destiny's like YouTube channel. I guess you're like debating about what's his name?
I don't know who Destiny is.
It's like a liberal TikToker or a liberal guy. Oh wait, Isaiah Martin. Are you talking about the guy that was on Jubilee?
No, I don't know who that is either. I see he answering the phone. Come on, she's gonna call back.
Probably busy.
He might be. I think he was traveling. He might be out. Anyway, he had like a excellent like stance on mass deportation. I don't want to run this argument without talking to him about it, but he had like an actual great like follow through with the 7-year and Anyway, mass deportation, that's the way that you should go about it. I'm sorry, mass amnesty instead of mass deportation is way more effective.
Yeah, I told him about the economy. I told him about the stuff that Trump lied about, like the war in Iran. My dad was supportive of it. He's like, oh, they're like the number one of support of terrorism and all that. I'm like, yeah, well, that's just a fabricated lie.
That's a lie. It's the United States.
Yeah, but I just told him.
Have you read up on the CIA?
Yeah, I did. I've read up on the camps in Iraq as well. Camps in Iraq.
Yeah.
You know what that? Yeah. I've heard about that. And then I've heard about the fact, what was that one thing? It was about Cuba. But it was a lot. I'm still reading up on it. But yeah, I've read up a lot about like the camps and all that they were doing, the torture camps in Iraq. Yeah. Yeah, I've read up on that.
Yeah. All right, listen. I'm gonna kick you because I'm going for some debates. But if you want to come back and debate with me sometimes, like not me, but actually, if you want to run some debates with me after you actually slept, you can come up.
Yeah, I'll follow you, but yeah, I got you, man. I appreciate it.
All right, don't come up here trolling me again.
Nah, my fault, bro. That's my fault.
Stop using AV.
Okay.
Have a good one.
Yeah. All right. I'll...
I like young people. I like young people and I like old people. Anyway, only request up if you're a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you got muted for it. GG is good game. That's not AV. Hi. Are you a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background?
I got connected by mistake. Please disconnect me.
Don't worry, I got you. How old am I? I'm 39. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter, disagree with anything. What about middle-aged people? I hate us. We suck. Damn, nothing, Noah. I don't know if this person's gonna load. You don't like middle-aged people? No, I don't. You love being middle-aged. I don't think this person's gonna load. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background. If you're over on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, Instagram, and you would like to debate, you can do so. You don't even have to leave your safe space. All you have to do is click the link in the bio and it'll bring you over. As a matter of fact, I'll do you one better. Boom. Boom. Just drop that link. All you got to do is click that link. W's in chat for Margaret for the $5 super chat to say, Find the argument of a woman about abortion. Almost never hear a woman debating it, or any other leftist or any other leftist space. Yeah, there are some leftist women that will debate it. Like I don't agree with men debating this. Like, and it's always the Phil bros who actually have no skin in the game, and they won't actually be affected, and they just want to debate those things that don't affect them. Like, that shit's gross. Like, that shit's so gross. W's in the chat for just Devin for the $2 super chat to say, he did not say no pineapple on pizza. Drop. I should have. Listen, I'm glad I gave him a chance. W's in chat for Ben for the $2 super chat to say, I turn 26 tomorrow. Blue cheese will always be mold. I'm telling you, you're still not old enough yet. Don't worry, it'll happen. W's in the chat for One Mighty Pen, who sent out 5 Twitch subscriptions. W's in chat, One Mighty Pen for the Twitch subscriptions. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Again, if you like support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. While we wait to see if anyone will be brave enough to traverse a debate. Actually, no, hold on. Before I go there, there's one last thing that I do want to talk about. Fucking FBA. Thank you for the cake. Foundational Black Americans. Blaga. I don't really particularly like talking shit about Black people. But you guys are so fucking weak. It's weird. It's weird. Not only are you guys weak in the sense of like the way that you will sell people out, but like the way that you guys disrespect Black women is fucking weird. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flag.
You've requested multiple times, like literally multiple times, just to do that. Multiple times. He's literally requested multiple times to do that. The interesting thing about that is it's not funny. Like, the crazy thing about people that's still doing We Are Charlie Kirk is you guys don't understand comedy. Like, the bit's over, bro. Like, the bit is dead as he is. Like, the shit's done. It's literally old. Like, you're literally someone who's going out to the club in 2026 trying to do the fucking butterfly. It's weird. Like, what are we doing? Anyway, Blaga, FBA, not only are you guys like ashamed of being Black because you're anti-Black as fuck, you guys like the way the misogynoir that resonates from Blaga. It's fucking weird. And when I say the misogynoir, right? For anyone who may not know what misogynoir is, that's the intersection of misogyny and racism. And it's specifically targets Black women. And you see this through the characterization of Black women being portrayed as less than, in a sense of like they'll call them like quote unquote men or like crazy shit like that. The interesting thing about Black women, right? And shout out to Kobe because she taught me this, and then I've done more reading on it. But Black women are the only group of women, the only group of people, period, that while at the same time they're being hypersexualized, they're also being viewed as being masculine at the same time. So people will say like stupid shit and say, oh, this black woman looks like a man. But then over-sexualize black women for their features. And then literally try to recreate those features. We're getting, you know, lips and butts and fillers and you know, breast jobs and even extensions. Like they literally will try to recreate the features of black women and over-sexualize black women while at the same time as degrading them and saying they're quote unquote men. But the misogynoir that is perpetuated specifically by FBA and also Blaga, it's literally spurred on by white supremacy, and they do it because they see white men, white people, but white men doing it, and they want that proximity to whiteness. Right? The person that I'm directly talking about is that asshat UFC fighter who at the weigh-in was throwing up on himself. Fucking disgrace. Throwing up on himself. And then after his fight, made those comments stating that Michelle Obama, da-da-da. Right? But that's all of this. Not only is this spurred on by like racism, but it's encouraged by Donald Trump because that's who he is. That's who his actual voter base, they lean into that. So Donald Trump perpetuates that type of harm, racism and misogynoir, right? Now, the interesting thing about that is that while Donald Trump is doing that, because he is utterly obsessed with Barack Obama, he's utterly obsessed with Barack Obama. Barack Obama knows that.
The obsession.
I know what it is.
Yeah, I obviously, you know, have a room in his head.
Rent free.
You do everything with grace. A suite in his head. But first of all, when I was president, the last thing I had time to do was worry about what
somebody said,
or what my predecessor did. If you're doing the job right, every day you've got 5, 10 things that are real hard, and you have to be constantly focused. It is a strange thing to me. It shows me somebody who's not focused on the American people and the job they're supposed to do.
Nailed it. Donald Trump at times completely shows that he has an inability to focus on anything that's not Barack Obama. He's obsessed with Barack Obama. Where's that interview? It's the Up and Smoke interview. That's the Up and Smoke interview with Steven Jackson and Matt Barnes. So Barack Obama called it out. Like, as the president of the United States, that's what I was telling someone earlier. Like, the president of the United States, absolutely, their words move markets and can literally kill people. And Donald Trump doesn't grasp the gravity of the role and shows that he's unfit and unqualified every single day. Every single day. Now, while Donald Trump apparently has a lot to say about Barack Obama, Donald Trump might talk stupid, but Barack Obama said he ain't stupid.
I'm not even worried about it.
Yeah, well,
and I know
I kind of like it.
I do worry sometimes. I've heard some of the guys talk about changes in the locker room now and how kids are, some of the younger players, instead of just talking or playing some bidwest or something, everybody just like
talk to your phone
on the phone. Different. The other thing I believe in And part of what we try to teach in our leadership training is, I believe in face-to-face. I believe in conversation. So if this, whoever you were talking about was in front of me, which has happened a couple of times, he don't talk like that because he knows better.
It ain't never that.
And I think there is that filter of the phone creates a situation both where people just say kind of crazy stuff that they would never say
with no consequences
to your face with no consequences. And
listen, Barack Obama says, say it with your motherfucking chest. Say it with your motherfucking chest. And he directly said, I've been face to face with him and he ain't got none of that smoke. Not one. All the bass leaves his voice when I step in the room. All that good shit that he was just popping 5 minutes ago. But that's indicative of Donald Trump and his supporters, right? I talk about this all the time. The reason why Trump supporters get online and they like crash out, they overtalk, they're super rude, they like slur, they lean into being the absolute most horrible version of whatever they are. And the reason being is because they can hide behind a screen. They can hide behind a fake profile picture. They can hide behind a fake name. That's why I don't do thumb thugs or keyboard warriors. I don't allow thumb thugs and keyboard warriors for that very reason. Either say it with your chest or don't say it at all. And Barack Obama directly called Trump out for just that. He flat out called him out for that. But that's Trump supporters. That's who they are. That's what they're about. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly and you like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live, just like Megan. Megan sent a $1 donation saying, have you read Ain't I a Woman by Bell Hooks? Love so much. No, the only thing by Bell Hooks that I've read so far is Teaching Community. That's on my list. I just got to make it through the 1619 project. And then I'll go from there. I still have so many books that I have to read, but I'm legitimately, I'm falling in love with the ability to learn. This is something I told, I text Jeff and Solid this, and I told them, I said, at times when I learn certain stuff, I feel ashamed that I didn't know the stuff. There's certain things that I'm learning and I'm like, I should have known this. I literally think to myself, I should have known this. And I started to get a little despondent and thinking damn. How can I speak on things if I don't know more? And, Solid being Solid kept it in perspective and said something super simple that just hit me right in the shoulder plex. Solid was like, how are you supposed to know? Damn. Fucking crazy. Because the stuff that I'm learning now, it's not like this is stuff that was taught. Literally, the wildest shit about this is not stuff that they teach in schools. This is not stuff that they just give you everyday access to. And you don't know what you don't know. Yeah. But that's a huge thing. W's in the chat for Megan. W's in the chat for Hector. Who said a $5 donation said El Santana, but has some of the best hats. Listen, I still got to cop that chopper, and also need to get my Sabo hat. W's in the chat for Hector. W's in the chat for Just Devin for the $2 super chat. Say, I'm older than you and still don't like blue cheese. Just because you're older than me in age doesn't mean you're older in taste buds and eloquence. You got to get your taste buds up. W's in the chat. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I don't. I just had a quick question of what you thought of, like, what's the pipeline of people that voted for Obama and then they say, like, oh, I voted for Obama and I went to Trump. Like, what you thought. What your thought process. I don't believe
them. They need more people.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. I think they're lying. I think like them saying, oh, I voted for Obama. It's just so they won't say I'm a racist piece of shit. We don't believe you. You need more people. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you don't mind, tap the screen, share the live, get the likes up. Can we knock out the rosas? Please, please, please. Can we knock out the rosas? The rosas is the daily gift goal. Can we please, please, please knock that out?
Holy shit.
Hi, user number 089937278411. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything in the background?
Sorry, I didn't mean to join.
Okay,
can you kick me?
I appreciate you. Again, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Guys, if you look up at the top and you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button, turn on notifications so you know when we go live. We go live all the time. This is something I've been wanting to talk about, and I had not gotten a chance to actually talk about this. So, as you guys know, Bean Withers. Bean went on to Jubilee and did a 1 versus 20, right? And while Bean did a 1 versus 20, the funniest shit, right? I knew that he was doing that before Parker and I did the Surrounded with Dave Rubin, right? That's the reason why he didn't come to the Surrounded, because he had to travel the next week to do his 1v20. And so after his 1v20, he called me and he was like, this is the craziest shit I've ever filmed. He said it was fucking nuts. And I was like, why? And he said the women were insane. And I was like, what are you talking about? And then I watched the 1v20. And I was like, oh, this is what he was talking about. The most interesting thing about this, that 1v20, is how it was literally him debating women that are all anti-woman. He literally was debating 20 women that were anti-woman. I want to talk about something. Let's play this, and we're going to talk about this shit because it was fucking mind-blowing.
Good in our certain roles. We have our strengths and our values. We're good at raising children. We're very smart and adaptable. But men are the people that need to be out there fighting crime for us, protecting us, so that we feel safe and we can keep our children safe. Why do you think that just historically, more men are CEOs, more men are presidents, senators, whatever kind of leadership role you want to talk about? That is not because of white supremacy, colonization, or some kind of legal limit. It's because men are drawn to those roles. Today, women have the same exact rights as men, and still, a lot of them choose to stay at home or feel that they can't stay at home because of societal pressures.
Okay. Well, I think that you said it there at the end. Societal pressures. Societal pressures are the reason why I think that we've seen more men in positions of power, more men in leadership fields, and more men's calling the shot. But if you're the position that underpins your claim here would be that if we see an overrepresentation of men in a field in comparison to women, that men are then by definition better performing in that field. So in the same way you're claiming that because of a vast majority of leaders are men, therefore women are worse at leading, would you also claim that men are better at surgery than women because 85% of surgeons are men and 15% of surgeons are women? I just want to direct yes or no to my question so then I can follow this up with a dialogue.
Become surgeons because it's a more masculine thing. It takes more masculine traits.
Could you just
have
answer my
to look
question?
at the blood. I said yes, but I want to ask you,
I
would
have
you
to hop in
agree
here.
that men are more oppressed today than women? Men are told that they're toxic for being masculine. The only laws that prevent any gender
Please
from
don't
getting
vote
a
her
role,
out. I need to respond.
we have laws in favor of women getting leadership roles. We're taking
Okay.
opportunities away from men.
Okay.
You are
You
oppressed more than me.
So I want to stop there for a second. I've never heard anything like that in my life. I've literally never heard anything like that in my life. When I tell you that this woman was sitting across from Bean and debating that women are less than and ceding that men should be doing A, B, or C, it's mind-blowing. Fucking mind-blowing. How are you a Trump supporter? Disagree with something on the background? Oh, I don't think that person will come up. The reason why, with her saying that like surgeons, being a surgeon is more, who the fuck is using ableism in the chat? Y'all better cut that shit out. Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way. Her saying that like, oh, being a surgeon is more masculine, even after he highlighted the fact that women are better surgeons than men. Better surgeons than men. Her premise was men should lead and they're more adept and more prone to being leaders. We're going to listen to the rest of this before I give my full opinion. I just had to stop there for a second.
While also claiming that I'm a better leader than you after making the argument that disproportionately men have been in positions of leadership throughout history when leadership is what grants power. But anyways, insanity. Listen, I asked you a question. I said, do you think that men are better at surgery than women? Because 85% of surgeons are men and 15% of surgeons are women. The reason why I asked this question is because you made the claim that men are better at leading than women because a vast majority of leaders have been men. You said, yes, Dean, because a vast majority of surgeons are men, therefore men are better. The science says, no, men are actually worse at surgery. So the American Medical Association did a study in conjunction with the Journal of the American Medical Association. They did this study on 1.4 million patients over 6 continents in 14 years. And what they determined consistently is that when we account for every single confounding variable that could possibly exist, every single time, men are significantly more likely to kill a patient on the operating table or to give them negative postoperative outcomes in comparison to women. It is one of the most well-accredited studies ever conducted in human history that has reasonably concluded that women are better at surgery than men, even though they account for a minority of surgeons. And this is exactly what debunks your claim that if a field is overrepresented by men, that therefore men are better at performing in it.
Of our natural desires and what men and women are naturally drawn to.
But women are better at surgery, even though they account for a minority of surgeons. That completely debunks your argument.
Sure, that could be a thing, but I'm saying
So
that naturally men are drawn towards roles of risk and provision. That's because of innate biological characteristics.
But women are better at
and
surgery.
I said that you're oppressed because of society telling you that you need to be a beta woke man. You are not like oppressed as a leader. Like instinctually, you want to lead. You want.
If I'm going to be honest, chat, I don't really have any fucking breakdown. I legitimately don't have any breakdown because if I'm going to keep it a buck, that's just a pick me. It's just someone who, for some reason, is looking for the approval and attention of men, and it's super weird. Because being willing to somehow down women and their abilities and their accomplishment just so you can somehow praise men, it's fucking weird. It's fucking weird. I legitimately don't even have like a breakdown. I don't even really have anything to say about it outside of the fact that every single one of those women that Bean was debating, they were all saying the same shit. I don't know if this person's gonna load. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything in the background? Drop this person. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with it. I was about to say, I just kicked him. How is he still here? Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. W's in the chat for Norma, who sent a $5 donation. The package I sent was delivered. Oh, speaking of women's rights, yeah. I'm gonna go get that. I'm gonna go pick up. I know I got a couple of different packages that came in, and so I'm gonna go grab those from the PO box today. W's in chat. Thank you so much for that. W's in chat for just that, for the two to say, oh, listen, listen to all the taste bud gaslighting. Listen, I'm just telling you, once you realize blue cheese is superior, then you got it. W's in chat for all the donuts, guys. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link here in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Any legit reason.
I guess not. W's in chat for Sean, who sent a $20 super chat to say, anyone who thinks men are better leaders have never been in the military. There's a black woman who is an Army Ranger and a command sergeant major. Exactly. Like the insane thing, and well, like the thing about all of this is like, it's not about being a man. It's not about being a woman. I'm someone that believes that like leadership characteristics can be taught. I do think that there are certain characteristics within leadership that are valued more, and certain things that like you can't necessarily teach empathy, right? And that's a deciding factor or characteristic within leadership. Being able to show empathy and make an actual genuine connection with the people that you look to lead is very, very important. Not everyone has the ability to do that, right? But you can learn a lot of those leadership qualities, like literally you can be taught them. So like the premise that, oh, someone is just naturally a better leader, that's stupid. Don't be stupid. Anywho, I had to cover that. I didn't have any direct feedback about that one. I don't care to actually give any direct feedback about that. Now, one thing that I do want to actually talk about and give direct feedback about Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Okay. In case you guys haven't seen what's been happening, there has been an absolute backlash against politicians who have taken a pro-Israel stance. There are certain politicians that overwhelmingly have hitched their wagon to Israel, and while hitching their wagon to Israel, they have overwhelmingly, and I mean overwhelmingly, ensured that they support them because of AIPAC. or not even because people use AIPAC as a boogeyman. I will call that out, right? A lot of people say AIPAC and not understanding that there are more Jewish lobbyists outside of AIPAC, and even more so than like being a Jewish lobbyist or lobbying group outside of AIPAC. There's a lot of people that don't understand that lobbying is a whole thing. And I talk about this often. The reason why we don't have like healthcare, or not healthcare, but we don't have like universal healthcare for a large majority stems to the fact that 7 of the top 10 largest lobbyists are in healthcare related fields, right? So if you guys wonder why like the Affordable Care Act never really got off the ground, it never actually continued to move forward. You said, is confidence a bad thing? What are you talking about, Inked Up? What do you mean is confidence a bad thing? Unearned confidence is absolutely a bad thing. Like, you shouldn't be confident and stupid. I mean, is that what you're talking about? I'm so confused as far as what you mean when you say is confidence a bad thing? Would you like to elaborate? Would you like to elaborate? No? Okay. Now, since there are so many politicians that is a confident man bad? I don't know. You come up here and talk to me about it. I don't know what you're saying. Like, I'm not going back and forth with you in the comment section here. I'll send you a request. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, I'm confused by your actual question. I sent you a request. Hit that accept. Hi, Mystique, are you a Trump supporter? Disagree with anything on the background?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to join, hon. I'm so sorry.
No worries. I'll drop you. Hill, what are you referring to? Hilltop.
Oh, just the word was confidence, which meant con man. You know, confidence is.
I'm still confused as far as what's the overarching premise of what you're saying.
Yeah, so am I. So, you know, it doesn't really matter.
No, wait, what were you trying to say?
Oh, that the guy in the White House is a con man.
Oh, okay.
Is confidence a good thing? You know, it's relative to your ethics, your joie de vivre, so to speak.
Oh, okay.
You know, salesmen are confidence, but you don't necessarily want to buy what they're selling. So it's such a relative term. It really has no meaning outside of context. So, you know, you can throw context at it, but you know, confidence is actually earned, I guess. Fool me once.
All right, I'm gonna let you go.
Yep, fine. Take care.
Yep. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debate. So I actually heard a story about Steve Jobs, which Steve Jobs was a bit of a dick, but whatever. But I heard a story about Steve Jobs where Steve Jobs actually used to like when he met someone and he was trying to quote unquote test the mettle of people. He would give him a question like, hey, what is your relationship like with your dad? And then after the question, he would just sit quietly and wait to see not only would the person answer the question, but see if the person would try to continue to fill that dead air because he was so uncomfortable, or if he could sit in that discomfort. And a lot of people can't sit in that discomfort. And while I disagree with like the overall premise of like, oh, you should do shit like that, I do think that's interesting. I think that's interesting. Just me though. Anywho, as I was saying, there's been a rise in people pushing back on the premise of supporting candidates that are pro-Israel, right? And even you see the reason why a lot of these Trump supporters are trying to talk about, well, Donald Trump is doing this, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. This is because Donald Trump's recent comments on Bibi Netanyahu and what's happening in Israel, more so specifically when it has to do with the war in Iran.
Here's another beauty. What's this one?
Well,
here's a real beauty.
Earlier today, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said his forces are not leaving Lebanon. That is a sticking point.
Who did he tell that to you?
He said it publicly in Israel.
Well, we're going to take a look at it.
Well, what would you do to make sure that he doesn't?
Well, I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do, but it gets solved. I'm a problem solver. I get problems solved real fast, including with Bibi. Go ahead.
So Trump is trying to play tough guy and pretending that he actually has any type of sway and can influence Bibi Netanyahu and Israel. He doesn't. He can't. Right? But you see an absolute backlash, and this is coming directly from the Democratic Party, a backlash and a rejection of all of these candidates that are overwhelmingly pro-Israel. Got something for you.
I don't think that Israel has played a bigger role in any district any more than in this particular district. We are talking about New York's 10th district. I mean, chance to be the New York 10 Dem nominee. Dan Goldman, the incumbent, a hero of the Trump first impeachment trial among Democrats, only has a 1, 2, 3% chance of actually holding on to his Democratic designation to be the Dem nominee in this particular race. Brad Lander, who was last seen running for mayor in New York City, 98% chance. The reason why Dan Goldman is in trouble is because of the issue of Israel. He is seen by many in that district as being too pro-Israel. Lander has the endorsement of Zohran Mamdani, who, you know, obviously when it comes to the issue of Israel, has been much more pro-Palestinian than pro-Israeli.
Of course, this is what the Calci prediction markets are saying about this race tomorrow, but you can look at any of the polls that have
this matches up with the internal polling 100%.
All right. Democrats in general, how has their thinking changed on Israel?
Yeah, okay. So why are we seeing this right now in the Calci prediction markets? Well, it's part of a broader national picture, right? I mean, just look at the change over the past few years. You know, you go back to late 2023, who Dem voters sympathized more with. It was basically an even split, but perhaps slightly more with the Israelis than the Palestinians, 34% to 31%. Look at this Israeli percentage, though. Down through the ground, look at this, now just 16%. This Palestinian percentage, about doubled. The percentage of Democrats who say they sympathize more with the Palestinians has about doubled in just 2.5 years. Look at that, from 31% to now the clear majority of Democrats now say they sympathize more with the Palestinians than the Israelis, a 60% to 16%. So a 3-point spread in favor of Israel has become what? A 44-point spread in favor of the Palestinians in terms of who Democratic voters sympathize more with.
And that's Democratic voters writ large. What about Jewish Democrats?
Yeah, so if you know anything about New York 10, you know that it is one of the most heavily Jewish congressional districts in the country. And so you might say to yourself, hey, why what applies nationally would necessarily apply in New York 10? Well, this is one of the more interesting questions and crosstabs that I have seen. Did Israel commit genocide in Gaza? This is among Jewish Democrats. And even among Jewish Democrats, the majority of Jewish Democrats say yes. 52% do believe that Israel committed genocide in Gaza compared to just 39% who say no.
very, very interesting. And look, support among pro-Israel groups has been a campaign issue across the country.
Yeah, absolutely. Zohran Mamdani, I mentioned him in the early part of the segment, said in a rally this past week that AIPAC is quote unquote monsters. This may actually play in a Democratic primary. Among Democrats, AIPAC backing makes you less likely to vote for them or more likely. In 2024, it was 34% who said less likely to vote for them, but now it's the majority, up 19 points in 2026 to 53%. Just 5% of Democrats actually say that AIPAC backing makes them more likely to vote for a candidate. So Zohran Mamdani seems to be on the side of Democratic voters. Of course, we'll see if that plays out in the polls tomorrow.
Elections are tomorrow. We will wait for those results, Harriet, and great.
Now, that was for New York, and spoiler alert, Zohran Mamdani's back picks swept. Like they literally swept. They mopped the floor with people. Right? Daisy said, WAPAC. Get up here, you fucking troll. I'm going to mute you. You don't have your request on. Come up here and tell me about it. Come up here and tell me about it. Overwhelmingly, and the part that I can appreciate, because I always try to talk about the distinction between Jewish people and the state of Israel, right? There's a distinction between Jewish people and the state of Israel. And even Jewish people don't fuck with the state of Israel. Even Jewish people are now openly admitting that there is a genocide occurring in Israel. Right? And so for anyone to think that, like, especially anyone that wants to run for a position on the left, and you think that you can do anything except disavow, and completely detach yourself from Israel and AIPAC, like, you have no chance of winning. People like fucking know what's happening now. I don't think this person's going to load. People have more, I think, like in 2023, people had like a lack of understanding of the actual genocide that was occurring in Gaza. But more people have learned, more people have shifted their position in their thinking. Like, the crazy shit to me, right, is people have been empathetic to Jewish people because of the Holocaust, which I get it. Like, as a black person who is literally a descendant of slaves, directly a descendant of people that endured chattel slavery, like, I understand and feel for those people that either suffered through the Holocaust or the descendants of those people that suffered through the Holocaust. But I tell, like, Jewish people this all the time, people that are like Zionists, I have no fucking idea how your family could survive the Holocaust and then you turn around and just agree with the genocide of people. You turn around and you say, you know what? What's happening with the Palestinians in Gaza, that's justified. As someone who is a descendant of slaves and survivors of chattel slavery, I would never, ever, 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 ever want anyone to experience what my ancestors experienced. And then they talk about, like, well, we need somewhere to go. This is your fucking country. Like, don't let people run you out of your country. I, again, as a descendant of slaves, understanding that the United States of America has never embraced black people. The United States of America, since its inception, has never embraced black people because black people have never conformed. From pre-chattel slavery to reconciliation to enforcing the slave codes, the pig laws, and to like Jim Crow, segregation, to fucking today, the United States of America has never embraced black people, ever, ever. They've over-policed, they've killed, they've poisoned, they've stolen, They've hurt, harmed, and degraded Black people at every single opportunity. And I would never say that we need to run and take someone else's land. Because the more that I've been getting into the 1619 Project, I say this with my whole ass chest. Black people are more American than any white person that says, well, my ancestors, they came from Ireland. My ancestors came from Norway. My ancestors came from Britain. I'm more American from you. Because my ancestors didn't choose to come here. They were forced to come here. And this was our country. So for any Jewish people that are willing to support what's happening with the state of Israel and the way that they are genociding Palestinians in justification of having some type of land that they can run to in case something like the Holocaust ever happens again, you're fucking wrong. Stop being a fucking coward. Don't let someone take your country. And then at the same time, stop genociding people. Stop doing to others what happened to your ancestors. It's fucking mind-blowing. Fucking mind-blowing. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. W's in the chat for Shakira. Shakira sent SJ. What up, SJ? SJ sent a $10 donation. I appreciate the hell out of you, SJ. That was in the chat for SJ. That was in the chat for Molly for the $10 donation saying, I highly recommend Howard Zinn's People's History of the United States and the companion book, Voice of the People. Yeah, I'll check that out. I'll definitely check that out. W's in the chat for Margaret for the $5 super chat to say, confidence and confidence games are not the same thing, dude. Cons are for fooling you. Confidence means another thing. They can't read. That was in the chat for LP. I think that's how you say LP for the $2 super chat to say, who pays the terrorists testing your education? Are you talking to me or you were talking to the, oh, you had to be talking to the guy. Who pays the Trump. K Design Studio, get up here. Are you FBA? K Design Studio, where you at? Get up here. A genealogist as a partner of American Indian LLC. What do you mean? We're indigenous to the Americans. No, Americas. What are you talking about? If you're FBA, get up here. Are you saying Black people?
Yes, I am.
You're wrong.
Why are you saying I'm not?
Black people are not indigenous to the Americas.
Okay.
And technically, not even indigenous people originally were here. They actually traveled southern to the Americas, but they settled here and they've been here like way longer. They were here thousands of years prior to anyone else coming to Turtle Island. Where did you get that information from?
I do genealogy and I do research. I've gone back 6 to 7 generations and I found that my personal ancestors and relatives were not on a boat and were not from Africa. So whether or not you disagree, you're entitled to
They were not on a boat and they were not from Africa.
Yep, I got receipts.
Oh, okay.
And I
can you pass me any receipts? Can you share any receipts?
Do you mean like my genealogy? My actual personal
genealogy? Not even specifically you, because yeah, that is a little bit personal. Is there any other records? Is there any other records that would uphold what you're stating?
Yes, I have them copies of that information on the Dawes rolls, as well as a military card and service that showed that my family had generations of farmland in Oklahoma.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, is there anything else that I can verify that's not personal?
Oh. On the Dawes rolls or the National Archives, as well as
the National Archives. What am I looking at?
And the Oklahoma.
Wait, what am I looking at with the National Archives?
In the National Archives, you will have to pull up the Dawes Rolls particularly for the 5 tribal civilized nations. On that rolls, they will have a specific list of our last names, of our ancestors' served last names that have a list of
the Dawes Roll, but that's for indigenous people.
But that's what I'm saying. We are based on. Have you heard of the 1924 act with William Plecker? Have you ever heard of that act?
The what? And there's a lot of actual wind blowing.
I'm sorry. The 1924 Legislative Act. I'm sorry. There's a couple of us here. It's the 1924.
No, I'm saying there's like wind or something blowing. I can't understand what you're saying.
Oh, so sorry. So sorry. I apologize. That's just my fan.
We happen to be driving. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
But I'm holding the phone. It's safe.
Okay. So if you want to look in particular research regarding how they classify us through paper genocide, I would definitely advise you to look up William Plecker. William Plecker was the head of the
Wait. I mean, and like the point that I'm trying to get to, because like you brought up the Dawes Rolls, in which that absolutely speaks to blood quantum, right? That's like something that's absolutely like blood quantum was actually created by the colonizers in the U.S. when it came to the separation of indigenous people and also black people, and that was literally used. That was literally used as a tool to ensure that black people were less than. So you like bringing up the Dawes Rolls doesn't actually speak to black people being indigenous.
Yeah, but the question that was asked specifically was, how can you prove you're indigenous? Do you have receipts without providing personal information?
No. I'm not saying proving that you're an indigenous person, because you're saying that you're black, but you're not indigenous. You're saying that you were here.
That's what we're trying to clarify.
No, that's what we're trying to clarify. The term black is a European word, which you can actually look up. The term black means unalive or void of color. So we were purposely misclassified as Negro, colored, mulatto, and African American. Now, it's not about being, just to be clear, it's not about division. It's not about being FBA. It's not about attacking the people who are currently marked and listed as indigenous. It's about respectfully taking claim to our own.
Yeah, and I'm saying respectfully, can you prove it? Because you're speaking, you're like literally what you're speaking to goes back to the roots of indigenous people that were here prior to black people. And yes, you can claim the term for black, I get all that. And I even know all the different classifications and where those actual terminologies come from. But I'm saying, can you prove that your black ancestors predate indigenous people that were here?
I've gone back 7 generations so far.
Can you give me any proof of anyone? Because I like you giving me your personal genealogy is.
Okay. Well, here, that's what we're trying to say.
That's what
we
I'm
have
saying.
To give you personal information.
Yeah, I don't want because that's
me. Very simple. DM me.
Stop for a second. Just listen to me. Yeah. I'm not requesting your personal genealogy because I don't want to do that. I'm just saying, is there any type of documented proof that proves any black people predate the indigenous people of this land? Any proof?
Asking for scientific proof. The only major proof that we have, because it goes back to DNA and the actual terminology Homo sapien, which is a whole nother conversation within itself, respectfully. I'm saying that if people wish to become reclassified as indigenous, and if their lineage can be traced back, I can help them with that. So when you start talking about, specifically.
So you don't have any proof?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so what's the proof?
Okay. So I'm not trying to be called out on your live. You just asked me to come up and answer a question.
Because you made the claim that black people predated indigenous people on Turtle Island.
Oh, no. You made that claim. The claim that I made was
the statement.
Black people are indigenous to the Americas. And I was trying to explain the definition of the term black and what the term black means. You said you already knew that. So I'm not trying to argue with you. I can get you, if you want receipts, Drop me down. Give me about 10 minutes and I'll give you every receipt that you want. I just happen to be out.
I'll drop you down. You can come back in 10 minutes. You can absolutely come back in 10 minutes, I guess. I mean, like, I'm confused because the point that I'm making is that Black people are not indigenous to the Americas. Yes, Black people absolutely, while being brought to the Americas, ended up marrying, procreating with indigenous people, which is like an entire thing. And this was even predating the creation of the United States of America. But there's nothing that says that Black people were here separate from the indigenous people that were already here. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Patty, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Okay.
No, sorry.
No worries. Debbie's in the chat for Lord Tamaroshi, who sent a $20 YouTube super chat. And they say Democrats need to eliminate money from politics and replace it with the publicly funded election, abolish lobbyists, and investigate the administration corruption, modern civil rights law, and laws to hold politicians accountable. Facts. Debbie's in chat for Lord Tamayoshi for the $10 super chat as well to say also independent congressional redistricting, tax the wealthy back to pre-Reagan levels, 70%, environmental protections, and the laws to put term and age limits into the Supreme Court were with laws as well. Absolutely. None of that will happen, but it should. It should. Debbie's in chat for Tiffany for the $1 for the one YouTube subscription. Debbie's in chat for Activista for the $5 super chat to say, would you consider hosting Dr. Annie Andrews, who's running against Lindsey Graham? Yeah. I absolutely want to do that. I said I need to actually figure out how to get in contact with her team because I would absolutely love to have her on a live to get fucking Lindsey Graham up out the paint. W's in chat, guys. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Santana, please read That Came Before Columbus by... Yeah, I know Black people traveled here prior to Columbus, but they traveled here and indigenous people were already here. That's the point. Did you come up here to debate or did you come up here to be weird?
I was letting you speak.
No, I was speaking directly to you. Did you come up here to debate or did you come up here to be weird?
If I interrupt you, then you say, oh, why are you interrupting me?
Yeah, but did you come up here to debate or did you come up here to be weird? I came here
to have a conversation, man.
Did you come up here to yield?
Why am I acting weird?
No, I didn't say you were. I said, are you coming up to act weird?
I never act weird.
Yeah, you do. Sometimes you come in here and you'll turn on your camera being like super weird.
No, I'm not a weird person.
You say so. You seem kind of weird to me.
You seem kind of weird to me too. But listen, are you agreeing with this new direction that the Democrats are taking, talking about socialism and Marxism and communism and
you don't
supporting
know what any of those things mean?
Well, that's the base of you. That's like the leaders of your party right now.
Yeah, but I'm saying you don't know what any of those things mean.
Okay, so explain to me. Do you like it? Do you like that direction they're taking?
Yep, it's based as fuck.
You like it?
Yeah, it's based as fuck.
You think America should become a communist country?
Yeah, I think communism is optimal.
Wow, bro.
Now what's communism?
Wow. This is I mean, you at the end of the day,
communism.
Communism, man. I'm Cuban. I tried it. It doesn't work.
No, you didn't.
You can say that
What's
it's beautiful
communism?
in books. You can say that it's
What's
beautiful
communism?
in books. You can sit there
What's
and read all
Why
the
are
books
you
that you
running?
want.
Why are you
I'm not
running?
running.
Answer the question.
I'm telling you.
Answer the question.
Go and look at communist
Answer the
countries
question.
and tell me how good it works.
Answer the question. Why won't you answer the question?
Because communism doesn't work.
You literally don't know what it is.
Marxism doesn't work.
You don't know.
Socialism doesn't work.
Hey, you know scary words, and that's all that you know.
Has been proved in Cuba,
You
in Venezuela,
don't know what it
in
is.
China,
Hey,
in China.
Hey, you're just spamming shit now. Stop it. Either tell me what the actual words mean, or just concede. Like, what are you doing?
Isn't China a communist country?
Answer my question.
Answer my question.
Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. W's in the chat for Miss Bella Sella, who sent out 5 YouTube membership subscriptions. Hey, W's in the chat. Thank you so much for that. Also, guys, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Also, guys, can we knock out the Let 'em Cooks? I know Kay said that earlier. Can we please knock out the Let 'em Cooks? That's the daily gift goal, please. Hi, Amar over on YouTube. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I do. I am a Trump supporter. I pretty much would basically disagree with basically everything on the screen. Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah.
Everything.
You could say.
Not everything. All right. Perfect. Tell me which point on the background that you disagree with the most, where you like to start.
Okay, so I would say you said the Iran war was a total failure, right? Okay, so
yeah.
would you?
Actually,
okay, so
life. You could say
you said it's a loss.
Yeah, we got our teeth kicked in.
Would you agree that China is chess, not checkers, right? That's life. China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, they're trying to strategically cut off our trade. They're trying to dominate the trade throughout, the ocean, dominate AI, trying to interfere in our elections, trying to steal our intellectual, technological property, all of these things. And if people think that China, Russia, like that, and Iran, that's their big buddy. Like Russia is buying weapons from Iran to fund their war in Ukraine. If these people just have the best interest for America, that is just unbelievably naive to me. So all these other presidents, right? They appease. We're gonna appease these people. And Trump said, "Yo, screw that. We're not taking no BS from any of these countries that." Even if we took a loss militarily, he at least stood up and said, "Yo, we're not going to get bullied by these nations." I'm sorry?
Who told you that shit?
Who told me? This is common knowledge.
It's
geopolitics.
Not. It's not. Why did the United States engage in war with Iran starting in February?
To reduce their capability for uranium enrichment. That was one of the goals clearly stated by the Department of Defense.
I'm not saying goals. I'm saying, why did they actually engage in the war? Why did they take part of the strikes against Iran that started the war?
Well, because Israel was already engaged in conflict with Iran at that point, correct? So tell me. So what was the reason we engaged in war with them?
Because Israel said that, hey, we're going to strike Iran, and if you don't come with us, then when they strike us back, you're going to be pulled into this regardless. So you can either come with us as we strike them, or you can just wait and then be pulled into it. So literally, even Marco Rubio, the current Secretary of State, one of Donald Trump's most trusted people within his administration, the next potential Republican president or presidential candidate, openly admitted that the United States did not want to engage in conflict with Iran, but was dragged into this conflict with Iran because of Israel.
Okay, well, let me ask you this: Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Hamas.
Can you
right? These are
directly
all-
engage with what I just told you?
Well, yeah, I actually am about to. Your premise is wrong because we've been in conflict with Iran. That conflict did not start a couple of months, at which point you said Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Hamas, these are all proxy militias that are directly funded by
Were we
the
in direct
IRGC.
conflict with Iran prior to February?
Yes, we've had. So, are you denying that Hezbollah, the Houthis,
Proxy
and Hamas
wars
are
are
proxy
not direct
militias?
conflicts. Were we in direct conflict with
Has
Iran
US
prior to February?
Absolutely. Has U.S. military personnel been killed by Hezbollah, Houthis, or Hamas? I can link you facts that that's happened.
Sure. I'm not talking about actual sales with Hezbollah or like the Houthis, or I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the Islamic Republic of Iran, was the United States of America in direct conflict with the Islamic Republic of Iran prior to February?
I'll say absolutely, yeah. Because
tell me where and how.
Our troops have been attacked in Syria, in Iraq, in UAE. Like, come on now.
Tell me, you're talking about who were they attacked by? Were they attacked by Iran?
I mean, Hezbollah is a wing of the Iranian militia.
No. You're talking about an actual.
Are you disputing that?
We're not talking about that. I said the Islamic Republic of Iran. That's why I'm not saying proxy wars. I'm not talking about Hezbollah. I'm saying the Islamic Republic of Iran, where we directly, the United States of America, directly in conflict with that country.
Absolutely. Was the United States directly in conflict with the Soviet Union when we was in Korea and Vietnam? This is such like low level thinking. Like, and no disrespect to you, sir, I'm telling you, like, the people in Iran, they've literally been screaming death to America. Now, I don't know if you have any children or family. If you let another grown man say death to your family, you're gonna take that as a threat. And then they have proxy militias directly. Come on now. Come on now.
Why haven't we attacked Russia?
Because we got nuclear weapons. They have nuclear weapons.
Okay, so they can chant death to America and we won't do shit because they got nukes.
Show me video of people in Russian Congress saying that. Because I can show you video of Iranian Congress saying that.
A multitude has. They're not the only country. What about North Korea?
If they didn't have nukes, we would probably be in conflict with them too.
It's not about someone chanting death to America. It's literally about who has nukes and who doesn't. Now, I need you to lock the fuck in. I'm not talking about indirect terror groups or organizations or sales or anything like that. I'm talking about the direct country, like we were currently bombing Iran. Has there been any other time prior to February under this administration that we were directly in conflict with Iran?
If you want to go by these narrow definitions, then no. But I'm telling you, we have been in conflict with them. Do you know that Saudi Arabia?
Sure. If you but see, this is the problem why I want it to be very direct and I'm being very specific, because if you want to be like genuine about it, we're in conflict with not only multiple countries, but we're actually in conflict with allies as well. Because depending on what level you're talking about, whether it's like the actual CIA or even other intelligence organizations that we use to either directly or indirectly influence countries or disrupt countries, like there's so many, you can go to a multitude of levels. That's why I'm trying to be very specific as far as what we're talking about. So it depends on how deep you want to go to talk about a conflict. That's why I'm talking about the actual direct conflict.
But okay, so if somebody steals intellectual property from your personal home, I don't know if you live in a house, an apartment, whatever, would you consider that as conflict?
Yes.
So these nations, right? I'm telling you that, like, this is one thing I don't understand about the left, right? Is that when you have countries that are openly in conflict with us, right? And I see on your board right here, you say that capitalism is a failure right here.
Please don't jump to a different topic. We're talking about Iran.
It's like I'm telling you, like, these people, like, we don't share values with them in any way, shape, or form. Like the way they run.
We don't share values with each other. That's a stupid statement.
Who? Iran and America?
America doesn't share values with America. American citizens don't share values with. Hey, how do you feel about abortion?
Abortion, personally, I'm not really too much against it. You know, that's my personal experience. Like
So
I'm
do you
more
think
on
women should be able to have abortions?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think about social programs? Do you think that like college should be free and people should be able to access food for free?
Yeah. I'm not one of those
Universal
people.
healthcare should be provided to everyone.
Universal healthcare should be provided to everyone, but there should be an option where if you want to pay for a private healthcare provider, that option should be available.
Cool. Do you think that we need to abolish the police?
No.
That's one of my values. Why don't we share that value? Do you think that we need to abolish
You ever
the
did any
United
time?
military?
Did you ever do any time?
No.
All right, so yo, it's so funny because, like, you know, if the police were actually abolished, there'd be pandemonium on the streets, and you would not be safe.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't.
You don't think so?
I know it wouldn't, because you don't understand what abolishing the police actually means.
What does that mean?
The entire prison system is a paid slave labor system that's derived from the slave patrol. It's literally rooted in white supremacy. It's overpopulated and overrepresented by marginalized communities, specifically Black people, and the way that Black people are disenfranchised and actively harmed. You look at the actual connections and things like the prison, the school to prison pipeline, where Black people are even earmarked for prison, and the way that people are unfairly and unjustly given time, i.e. Carmelo Anthony, someone who ended up getting a trial on the weekend, over the fucking weekend, and was convicted without any of his quote unquote peers, and then sentenced to 35 years on the same day on the weekend. Like, no, completely abolish that shit, get something new. There's multiple, like even the idea of the prison system, as far as like it being rehabilitation, the prison system doesn't rehabilitate people. It just creates people to come back to prison. Now there's other Nordic models. There's other countries that actually have a better system that allows people to be reformed and to be integrated back into society. But what we have in the United States of America is literally built off of slavery and white supremacy.
And it is also built upon the backs of people making bad decisions. Like, I'm not going to tell you my address or, you know, where I'm from or nothing like that. But like, gang, like you haven't even grown up. I'm guarantee you probably haven't even been around a lot of these type of individuals. Like, a lot of the time, people do get falsely incarcerated. You know, when I was locked up, I was there with people that was actively fighting cases, and you know, that ended up beating their case, right? Most people that are in prison, like when I went in, I couldn't make bail. So when my case eventually got overturned, you know what I'm saying? Like, I got out. But what I'm saying is that most people that's in there is for bad decisions. Come on now. Like, you haven't even been around these people. You haven't grown up around in these environments. Like, I'm telling you, people make bad decisions.
Who hasn't? You don't know me.
I know you haven't done no time.
What does that have to do with me, quote unquote, growing up around the environment?
What I'm saying is that I could just tell by your mannerisms, and if you believe in half the shit that you do. Yes, absolutely. Like, I can tell, like,
mannerism?
Your mannerism is that, like, people that actually grew up in a tough environment, they don't do this victim, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you know, like, you take accountability for your decisions. Like,
oh, okay. You know what's funny? I don't normally talk about my personal life, right? I'm not big on talking about my personal life. I'm really, really not. And the one thing that I've never, ever done is talk about my father. I specifically have never done that. But you know what? Just for you, I got you. See, the funny thing about my dad is my dad was one of the biggest drug dealers on the East Coast. Literally one of the largest drug dealers on the East Coast, to the point where as a child, I wore a fucking three-piece suit all the time, was in a limousine. My dad used to actually just hide money around my grandmother's house just so she can find it, because he thought it was funny. My dad had people working for him. I watched my dad pistol whip one of his dealers because he came up short. I have experienced more things than you could ever imagine. And then you know what I watch my dad do? Go to jail. And then I watch my dad go in and out and in and out and in. I spent time visiting my dad in jail. I have pictures. The actual point of me growing up until my dad died, I spent more time visiting my dad in jail than I spent at home with my dad. So when you sit here and say, oh, you didn't grow up in that environment, you don't know who the fuck I grew up with, what I grew up around, or what I experienced. So you can sit here and talk about, I don't know. I literally know. And even after my dad died, the area that I grew up in, the place that I came from, I have literally been in drive-bys. One of my best friends, as we were outside one night, his brother got killed in a drive-by in front of us. And the only thing that made sure that we didn't get killed is that we were able to duck behind this big ass tree in front of our apartment. So you can sit here and say, oh, you don't know anything. You don't know that. Not only do I know that, not only has my family been in and out of jail, but I've seen it firsthand. I'm just smart enough to know that one, I don't want to be a part of that. And two, the shit doesn't work. So stop playing in my face.
I could just listen, bro. Just because you've been around shit doesn't mean you was actually ever part of that.
I wasn't around anything. You literally said that.
But I know, growing. I know. Just because you've been around shit doesn't mean you've ever.
Did you not just say I didn't grow up around that? You said you didn't grow up around that. You weren't in that environment. Did you not just say that?
I mean, just because you're around doesn't mean you're like.
Said that, right? So now you're changing your story, right?
No, you haven't been around. Listen, bro. Just because you've been in the vicinity or around certain things doesn't mean you was ever in that lifestyle, my brother. That's not going to work with me.
I didn't say shit about being in the lifestyle because I
you
wasn't.
Never was. So how can you speak about something you've never been part of? Come on now. Like, I'm not that person. Like, you're not going to do that with me.
This is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do. I need you to shut the fuck up for a second and listen to me. Your original point was that I was not around that. You said I wasn't around it and I didn't grow up in it. And then when I literally brought receipts, now you're saying, well, you didn't actually do it. I never once made the claim that I did it. You said, have you ever been to prison? Fuck no. I'm too smart. I've been to college. I didn't go to prison. I answered your question directly, and now you're saying, well, just because you're around it doesn't mean you understand it. You don't understand how fucking stupid that is that you just moved the goalpost after I just proved you wrong? Can you admit that I proved you wrong and now you're trying to change what you said?
Live that. I'm just saying, I'm not saying that you haven't been around it. Like, sure, when I was growing up and like, you know, listen, when I was growing up in my area, we would be playing basketball, right? And there would be certain individuals. Listen to me. I'm answering your question directly. Big bro, I'm answering your question directly. Big bro, listen. And I'm standing by it, and I'm telling you why you're wrong. When I was growing up, right, we used to all play basketball in a certain area, right? There would be individuals that would come, that would play with us, right? And afterwards, we would see certain things, right? And I could be like, yeah, I'm around these, you know what I'm saying? Like, but I'm not gonna, that's not a, just because you've been around, oh, this happened to my homie, or I had a mutual friend. Gang, you've never lived that lifestyle. You don't know nothing about the street. You feel me? Like,
when did I ever say anything about
no, but you cannot, no, what I'm saying is that you don't understand what this all came from bad decision making. This all came from bad decision making. My point is that people get incarcerated for bad decisions.
Shut up. No one can hear you now. I need you to answer the question. I'm unmuting you. My question is, when did I say that I participated in that?
You didn't.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. Now, when your first statement was, you were never around that, you didn't grow up in that. Did you not say that?
Yes. And you didn't. You didn't. Like, you sound like my little brother, low-key. I have some tough friends. I've been around. I've seen some things like, no.
What I said is that I'm smart enough to make sure that I didn't go to jail while having not only my father, but
you never did anything to put yourself in
multiple members of my family, multiple friends who actually did time. I was smarter than that. Just because I'm smarter than you does not mean that I don't understand what that life is like. And you can sit here and say that it's bad decisions. You can say that it's bad decisions, but it's not. Hey, sending you a request come off mute. What made you make that decision?
What made me make that decision?
Yes. I don't even want to know what you did. I just want to know what made you make the decision.
I was around some people I probably shouldn't have been around, and we got caught up. So we all, you know.
Was it for money?
I'm not getting into all that.
No, I'm not saying specific. I'm saying was the end goal for money?
Nah. Then it was just like rivalries, like stuff, you know. I'm not getting into all that, but it wasn't.
So did you live a privileged life?
No.
Okay. So even if let's say you were gang affiliated, did the being connected?
We're not using that word. This is live. We're not doing that. This on this live. We're not. You know, we could talk about something else. But the way this conversation, I don't play those games.
You were gang affiliated.
I don't know nothing about nothing.
Being affiliated, does that not give you some type of access to a level of prestige and a level of money that you would not have if you were not?
This is on live. Well, okay. Generally, I could. General question, yes, sure.
This is not specific. I'm saying, would that give you some level of access to prestige and money that you would not have if you were? Okay.
Absolutely.
So you can sit here and pretend that like, oh, it's just a bad decision. But when you talk about the driving direct reason that people engage in crime, it has direct correlations from poverty. Poverty creates crime. The necessity for crime is driven by poverty. There's different types of crime, but the actual necessity of crime is driven by poverty.
I agree with you 50%. Because I used to be like, nah, it has nothing to do with poverty. But like, okay, as I got older, I conceded like, all right, but would you meet me halfway saying that culture also plays a big part in it?
Yeah, I mean, because it's glorified. Like when I told the story about my dad, the reason why my dad like always had limousines and we always wore suits is because the culture of that time glorified that actual lifestyle. Like that's something that you were supposed to do. That's how you were supposed to look, because that was the lifestyle. And then kids looked up to people like that. Like you could think about the actual like drug dealers in the hood. When I know in the summertime, the ice cream truck used to come around and like the D-boys used to come and buy all of us like ice cream. They would say like, everybody come over here and buy like it would be about 20 or 30 of us standing out there, and they would be at the ice cream truck buying us whatever we want. And then the thing that we would say is, oh man, they're so fucking cool. They got money. They can like do whatever they want. And then that actual lifestyle is something that people grow up into. And then they want to be a part of because of the access to power and money, because those same drug dealers also have respect. You don't fuck with this person because you know they're actually about it. Like, that's what I'm saying. Yes, but it's driven by poverty.
It's driven by poverty, but it's also heavily driven by culture. Okay. I'm not even disagreeing with that. Okay, I think want to move past this because I think want to talk more about Iran. Like, I'm not even saying a lot of what you said is wrong, but I will say that I know this 100% to be true. I don't need to Google this like for my personal own life. I know a lot of things that happen in the streets is highly, highly motivated by culture, music, bad influences, a whole lot of things, big bro. And it's like, for me, things that are a lot deeper than what you would probably understand. And you probably know more about things in life than I do, you know, because you're older than me. I know. Only a dumb man thinks he knows everything, but I'm telling you, sir, you don't know.
That's an ableist term.
So boom. As far as the Iran thing, I just want to say the Iran thing.
Question for you really quickly. Question for you. When you talk about you say culture.
Yeah.
Right? Can we say that like hip hop culture and gang culture are directly tied together?
Nah.
Why would you say hip hop culture and gang culture aren't directly tied together?
Because hip hop is an industry, and gangs and the streets is like real life.
I'm not talking about today. I'm talking about the actual driving. Think about NWA. Think about NWA.
Okay, Ice Cube was never in the streets. He was he had an easy life. Like a lot of the shit, a lot of these rappers, it's not what you think it is, bro. It's like a lot of it is industry.
Never mind. You know what?
I'm answering your question directly.
I don't want to talk about this anymore. Go back to Iran. Go back to
Iran.
Okay.
They're ranting, right? They're ranting, right? Would you agree that they are our adversaries? Are they our adversaries? If the world is a chessboard, are they our adversaries? Are they on our side? I don't think so.
Yeah, no, Iran is absolutely our adversaries, just like China.
Oh, okay. So then if Iran is our adversary, so why do you have a problem with Trump taking a stand against them?
I don't have an issue with Trump taking stands against them. I'm saying that Donald Trump and his administration had no real course of action, and they end up conceding to the point where we took a major loss that supersedes what the standings were prior to engaging in this war.
Okay. Well, I just think that Iran, China, Russia, they're trying to bully us in terms of trade, in terms of technology, and that's why I support Trump, because I feel like he's not taking the BS, you know? Like they're probably laughing at us. Like
my whole point is that like we got our teeth kicked in.
Did we though? We didn't even go to war with them. We just traded strikes. I don't consider that a full war.
You looked at the 14-point MOU?
Yes, but I guarantee you it's gonna be those always go up into flames. Like nobody respects the ceasefires. No, that I guarantee you that's not gonna last. 100%.
That's not the point. The point is the 14-point MOU has provisions that have already been triggered, and even more than that, like the United States literally agreed to surrender. Like, serious question. Did you actually look at those 14 points? Do you know those 14 points? I can run through them with you really quickly.
Yeah, we absolutely. Yeah, sure. Okay. I mean, I read it. I don't know all 14 off the top of my head, but
stop fighting, stop the fighting and military operations, and that includes the U.S. and Israel.
Okay.
So that was number one. And also, when I say the fighting specifically, they have to stop fighting in Lebanon. Number two, they have to respect the sovereignty of each country. That's pretty standard. Number three, this is a 60-day deal. And then after 60 days, if there's no final agreement reached, then both sides have to agree on an extension, meaning not one side could just say, oh, we want to keep negotiating. Both sides have to agree. Again, that's not like too much of anything. This is where like you start to see how bad the United States got whipped, right? Number four, the US has to remove the blockade with having it all gone within 30 days, and the traffic that goes through the Strait of Hormuz will directly reflect the blockade being removed, meaning the US had been putting the blockade in place and was actually not allowing any ships through the area or whatever. They have to take their ships out, and Iran is going to let ships come through the Strait of Hormuz, but only in a correlation with the amount of ships removed by the US blockade. So the more ships they remove for the blockade, the more Iran is going to let people come through the Strait of Hormuz. And they got 30 days to get that done, right? Now, in correlation, number five, Iran is going to start removing and letting ships pass through and removing things like their mines. They have mines in the water, and they have 30 days to remove that. This is the funny part. And for the next 60 days of the agreement, Iran will not be collecting fees for ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz. But after the 60-day period, they have the option to return to charging fees for commercial vehicles coming through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, this is a change because prior to February, Iran was not collecting fees for commercial ships to go through the Strait of Hormuz. But after this deal, they will have the option to continue to charge people to come through the Strait of Hormuz, right? The next thing is the $300 billion reconstruction fund that has to be paid to Iran, right? And now this is going to be paid by the US and other Gulf states. So it's not just the US paying the $300 billion, but the US and our allies in the Middle East, all of us are going to be paying Iran $300 million. Now, remember that $300 million number, because I'm going to give you another number coming up, and then I'm going to tell you why that's so important. So we're giving them $300 million. Number 7, the US is removing sanctions from Iran. Iran has been stifled on the world stage for years because they have so many sanctions that they can't sell. The US is lifting all those sanctions. Iran will be able to sell not only their oil, but other stuff that they couldn't sell before and make more money on a global stage. Number 8, Iran agreed that they won't make nukes right now, they won't make nukes right now, and they'll have a conversation about getting rid of the enriched uranium that they already did. They didn't agree to get rid of it. They didn't agree to actually let the US come in and anything. They just said, hey, we won't make a nuke, and we'll talk about letting someone come and get the uranium, but they also get to continue to enrich uranium today, meaning they can still get uranium, and they get to continue their ballistic missile program, meaning they have all the ingredients for a nuclear weapon, but they're just not putting it together, right? Because they got the uranium, they still got the ballistic missiles, they're just not combining it together to make a nuke. That's something that they didn't have before. With the JCPOA, they couldn't do that. Now they can. Number 9, everything as far as them being able to self-govern goes back to place. So the regime that was in charge in Iran prior to this is still in place, and they still get to self-govern. Number 10, Iran can now sell their oil even before the sanctions are officially removed, meaning they weren't able to sell their oil, but now they can sell their oil even though sanctions are still in place and set to be removed. So again, making more money. Number 11, Iran gets $24 billion in frozen assets that they can use for whatever they want. There's no restrictions on it, and it's immediate. Now, I want to stop there for 2 seconds. Do you remember that $300 billion number I gave you?
Yeah.
So that $300 billion plus that $24 billion means that Iran is getting $324 billion, right?
Essentially. Wait, 300, you said 30 and then 24, that's 54.
No, 300 and then 24.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah. So do you know how much the United States spent on the war with Iran as far as military equipment and usage?
No, how much?
$1 trillion. So that's do you know how much Iran spent on the war, including damages took into their infrastructure from areas that we struck?
How much?
$113 billion. So the US spent $1 trillion and Iran spent $113 billion, and that includes all of their damages, right? But if you take that $324 billion that they're getting and you subtract the cost that they paid for this war of the $113 billion, Iran now has a net of $211 billion for engaging in this war. And plus, all those sanctions were removed. They made in the same time frame about $14 billion off selling oil, and now they get to sell more oil. Right? Now, what's funny about that is number 12. Oh, number 12 isn't like anything crazy. Number 12, they agreed to actually establish like a board or whatever that'll make sure all the points are being done throughout the 60-day period. So they're just making sure that people, like someone to ensure that the shit's happening. But number 13, this is the important part, because even though Israel has already struck Lebanon, which caused an issue which made Iran shut down the Strait of Hormuz, number 13 states that point number 1, 4, 5, 10, and 11 goes into effect as soon as they signed the deal. So as soon as the U.S. signed the deal, they immediately got a multitude of things. Stopping the fighting, that's already, whatever. The U.S. blockade, they already started removing the U.S. blockade. Number 5, which them removing the actual fucking bombs in the water. What is it called? Mines, the mines in the water. But also they start the clock on the actual fees for the Strait of Hormuz. Number 10, which is being able to sell oil. So they're already making money off of oil. And number 11, they immediately got that $24 billion, right? So even if you say that the peace agreement that we have with them is not going to last, which it's already been violated, they've already gotten so much more than they had before we started fighting. So can you tell me, and number 14 is just the UN is going to recognize the peace agreement between both countries. Can you tell me, after hearing everything that was included in that 14-point agreement that the United States signed off on, that Donald Trump said that this is the deal that we're going to make, can you tell me how that's a good thing and we're in a better position now than we were prior to February?
Okay, multiple points. I feel like they cannot be trusted when it comes to uranium enrichment. So they can say that they'll fall back on it, but I feel like it's probably just a safer bet to just destroy their sites and like destroy the spots where they can carry uranium
from. Them continue to enrich. Like that's in the agreement. They get to keep doing it.
Yes, it is, and I'm telling you, like, I think personally that I don't think we should be negotiating with terrorists at all. So I'm not even for the agreement at all. Like I still think we should have just kept on battering them and fighting until we made them submit. Like Iran.
Like serious question. You know why we didn't?
I don't think we did for real because we never launched a land invasion. Like it was just we were just trading.
You know why we couldn't do that?
Land invasion?
No, why we couldn't just keep like bombing the shit out of them?
Why?
How much money did I say we spent?
I mean, look at it like this. The U.S. has multiple, like what's the question?
How much did we spend on that conflict?
You said we spent $1 trillion.
$1 trillion. Wow. You know what our current military budget is?
What is it?
$1 trillion. In the span from February until June, we spent our entire military budget on one war. And they spent $113 billion with older missiles and drones, right?
Right.
The reason why we couldn't do that is because we couldn't afford to keep that up. And our intelligence said that Iran had the ability to last for another 6 months.
Okay. I just looked it up. It said that we spent $29 billion, but it said that if we would have continued it, it would have estimated to reach $1 trillion. I don't think we've actually spent $1 trillion. I literally just looked it up right now.
We were spending $2 billion a day. 1 second, I'll get you the source.
Okay. It's an estimate. Over time, the conflict will likely cost over $1 trillion, according to one Harvard economist. Why should we play softball with them? Like, why shouldn't we go harder at Iran? Okay, fair enough, right? Saudi Arabia and Iran have been engaged in a Cold War in the Middle East for at least 15 years now, right? The Houthis, who we talked about earlier, they're an Iranian proxy militia. They're firing rockets into Saudi Arabia. So you have all these countries, Egypt, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, UAE. Why are they all allied with the US? Because they're tired of Iran causing all this trouble throughout the Middle East, right? And we haven't even talked about, they have Iranian militias in both Iraq and Syria. That's why when the Syrian rebels overthrew the government, and now we have this new guy who's like the president of Syria, he wants closer ties with America and Israel. The Iranians looked at that as a huge L because now the Iranian militias in Syria have lesser power. The Iraqi people, if you go to Iraq today, I guarantee you the people will tell you we do not want any Iranian militias in our country. Iran is the source of all trouble. Not all trouble. Let me not even say that. Iran is the source of so much trouble in the Middle East. They're disrupting the economies. They're disrupting trade. Why? How is this not helping us?
I think you're confused as far as like my position, right? My position isn't that, oh, we shouldn't actually oppose Iran. That
we don't really disagree too much.
Say it again.
No, we don't really. If we don't really disagree too much, I just feel like we have different solutions about how to go about it.
Like the issue that I have, and the point that I'm trying to get to, is that by all statistical measures, whether it's the money that we've spent, whether it's the 14-point peace agreement, or whether it's the fact that different things are now in place that weren't in place before, we didn't get any actual tangible benefit with this war with Iran, including we lost American soldiers, right? American soldiers died. And I'm not saying that, oh, in the sense that there's a long game that could be played and all this. I'm not fighting that. But I'm saying if you look at this direct conflict, we took a L because everything came up Iran, and we've been begging them to call an end to this actual war.
It's hard to really for me to call it a war because a war would, to me, well, he did, and he's wrong. And I'm telling you, it's they're wrong. A war, this is what a war would look like. A war would look like it would be a war if
Rubio called it a war.
None of them have actually ever fought in a war, but I'm telling you, like, and I haven't either. I'm just saying, like, it would be a war, right?
So you're going to say, like, we did a ground invasion. It's not a war, but all the people that are actually directly responsible for the conflict, the people that actually have direct control of the conflict, are calling it a war, and you're going to say that all of them are wrong.
I wouldn't call it war, absolutely not, because I feel like it would only really be war if listen, if it was a war, Iran would be a pile of dust. Like, if we really unleashed the full power of the US military onto Iran, then like the casualty numbers would be so far beyond what anybody could comprehend. That would be a war. We were just trading strikes with Iran. Like, if it was a real war, we would have all of our biggest Navy vessels literally unloading onto like these coastal cities. It would be like 1 million casualties, a ground invasion. That would be a war. I don't think I wouldn't really consider this a war. I would just call it a short conflict, or like trading strikes. Like, the people that are calling this a war, Afghanistan, Iraq, that was a war.
Like, I think it's super interesting that you're sitting here and pretending as if this isn't a war, even though the actual people, like, let's keep it let's keep it a buck, right? The United States of America hasn't officially declared war since what, like Vietnam or something, like, I don't even know. It's been a long time.
The Gulf War, or like, yeah,
it's been a long time. It's been a long time. So if you're trying to stick to like, oh, the true definition of a war and what it entails, I guess because they haven't gone to Congress. But this is like, by all measures, a war. Like, I don't understand. We've spent money. We've lost troops. We've made concessions. We have a ceasefire agreement. Like, I'm not understanding how you're dictating this not to be a war. Like, that's it seems like cope.
Yeah, possibly. I just feel like people are blowing it out of proportion. Like, the casualties on either side haven't been very, very high. Like, obviously we have lost some U.S. troops.
How many dead people is enough?
I would say if we lost less than 1,000 troops, less than 100. We haven't even lost less
than that already died isn't enough.
13 troops. I mean, 13 troops are probably dying every day in Afghanistan, and at the height of real.
I'm good. I'm good. Nah, I'm good. Nah, I'm good. Nah. That was a fucking wild statement. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Tell that to the men and women that actually serve our country. Tell them that 13 isn't enough. What the fuck are we doing? Holy shit. Holy fucking shit balls. I'm good. W's in the chat for Amanda for the $15 donation saying this guy's a Muppet and you have the patience of a saint. Also love the hat. Thank you. I appreciate that. W's in the chat as well for David for the $15 donations. You don't have to read this out loud. Yeah. David, like, no bullshit. It literally is. That's fucking crazy. Deb's in chat for David. Like, it literally is. It literally is. Fucking W's in the chat. W's in chat for Ivan for the $1 donation saying, hey, Santana, my cousin ended up in jail after our parents moved from New York to Pennsylvania. I was involved in gang life too, but chose a different path. Now I'm pursuing my master's while my cousin is serving 10 years. Life choices matter and poverty can drive desperation. Absolutely. And the one thing I want to call out is I wasn't vilifying people that actually participated in that actual lifestyle. That's not the point. But I think it was such an actual shit talking point to say just because I didn't engage directly in that lifestyle that I didn't understand it, or that I didn't go to jail that I didn't directly understand it. That's fucking stupid. And also that lifestyle overall shouldn't be glorified. People do what they have to do to survive. I will never knock people for doing what they have to do to survive. And that's why I kept going back to the entire point. Like, we have to address poverty. Like, that's the root cause. W's in the chat for Lord Tamar Yoshi for the $10 super chat to say these countries and say whatever they want about America, just like they have freedom of speech, they can say the same thing. Yeah, America caused the problem and Iran from the fucking start. Facts. W's in the chat for Miss Sarabella for the 5. Oh, I already read that out, but W's again for the 5 YouTube membership subscriptions. I always think it's stupid when people are like, well, they chanted death to America. And fucking what? But he admitted like, oh, well, they got nukes. Yeah, that's what it is. They got nukes. Because if they didn't have nukes, then of course you would be Billy Badass. But since they got nukes, you don't want that smoke. W's in chat for Savannah for the $5 donation saying as a service member wife, that guy can F off. Exactly. W's in the chat. Guys, I'm going to call it here. We're going to call it here. But if you get a moment, please go over to YouTube or please go over to Instagram and check the video that I posted. It's about Matt Nuclear. I thought it was funny as fuck. But TikTok apparently said it definitely violates my appeal. Didn't approve the video, so I had to delete it from my TikTok page. But it's on my YouTube and it's also on my Instagram. Go check it out. Fucking flamed Matt Nuclear, acorn head looking ass boy. But yeah. And I'm pretty sure I'm done for today, but I'll be back tomorrow. We'll get back into this. We also have late nights tomorrow. All right. So that'll be fun. That'll be fun. You saw it? Yeah. Fuck that guy. That's it. That's all I got. We're going to call it. Let's go.
You stepped in a box. Now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here. You better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Great stats will get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Yeah.
Hey, W's in the chat. W's in the chat. Chat. Guys, I love you. I love you. I love you. Love you. I love you guys. Thank you all for hanging out with me today. It was a lot of fun. I appreciate the hell out of each and every one of you. Make sure you hit that thumbs up button and hit that follow button before you leave. Please hit that follow button. Hit the follow button, turn on notifications. Hit that thumbs up, turn on notifications. I love you guys. We'll be back at this tomorrow. Thank you for all the gifts, taps, likes, and shares. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you all for being absolutely amazing. I love you all, and as always.
Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force. I'm the test, the trap, the trip, the call. You slip once, I'm snatching it all. Yeah. step